Hang tighter, guys. Getting stuff set up here in the background. Give me a few more minutes here, guys. I'm still here with you guys. Hold on. It's kind of comical to be looking at hang tight here. And check out a half-hour bar on SPX. Oh, leave that back on because I'm still writing that. Hang tight 1 second. We got kids off for spring break, and they're not usually they go on vacation, but they're doing this. Well, my oldest daughter is slammed with university applications and interviews. She goes to the University of Michigan and high school. She goes to both, but she's about to head off to University of Michigan, Ann Arbor in person. So she's doing a bunch of stuff for that this week, and then my youngest daughter is doing her first robotics stuff, so they're here. Normally they'd be away on vacation. So this morning my oldest made me breakfast and had to go for a walk with her, so I'm kind of like I'm a little bit behind this morning, mostly due to spring break. Now, we're going to talk today about month end. I'm going to release to you this morning some month end stuff, and we'll take a look at the possibilities of a ramp. We've been ramping, but there should be a nice ramp into month end. It's possible it could be delayed until the 2nd or 1st. We've got some weird, like the 31st is on Monday. Oh, it's not on a Friday. And then we've got the 1st and then Trump doom. So the dates are kind of wonky here.
So no,
but you may be afforded
will take a long time.
A low
link in working
between now and Friday. If we can swing low at some point,
2 million families financially.
One day this week, we'll look at it together as a group, but your brief will have a more detailed idea here. But if we could swing low once between now, let's say, and Friday, some kind of a violent move down, like a big sweep, we'll do it this morning. If you want, we can do it together. We could do it. I've got more to write about this. We could do the chart together to show you if you're a trader, a free user. Maybe I'll just keep it for members. I don't want everybody to know, or else it won't happen. But just let me let you know that. Let me let you know that if we get this sweep lower, like today, tomorrow. What day is today? Wednesday. Just all a blur. Whenever I get into quarter end, I'm just like, fuck it. Like it's been a quarter. But we have like mechanics working itself out into the end of the quarter. Quarter end, and then new bets being placed on the 31st for the next quarter, and then we also have best and worst pricing, right? Whenever you open, you might not do this, but if you're ever opening and closing spreads, you want to see some kind of range in price, right? Not only price, but IVIO or option OI and deltas on these options. So could see like a super ramp, but because it's the if I was a dealer, I would do it when you wouldn't see it, or not see it, but I would destroy your options, right? That would be the way to do it. If I was a dealer, I'd be like, hey, let's just do this shit over the weekend, or murder over the weekend, murder with theta and price, and then come back and swing high. This could likely be done with spreads too, but it could, if you're like a weekly trader that blows your account up and works at Wendy's, you know who you are. You're the loudest talkers on my show. You know who you are. Let's be honest. You probably go to a job and you gamble on the stock market. Maybe you blow yourself up. What the fuck do you care? You make 30 grand on a big trade. You piss it all away, right? Or else you wouldn't be watching this show. Some of you out there don't know what I'm talking about, but a lot of you do. So if you're looking to make a bank for yourself, if you're looking to stop being a fucking degenerate, you may have the opportunity between today and next week to find a low. You'd have to be very patient. You'd have to be sitting there and saying to yourself, well, I'm not going to do shit, and I'm going to wait for a bloodbath, which is very possible that we get a bloodbath one day this week. I don't know when it comes, but my assumption here is that we have to trade 578 today at some point. Or tomorrow. I'd like to trade it, of course. I'm I'm not going to say anything, but
conversation in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota.
That's Minnesota, not Detroit. But I'd like to see the 78 mostly for the new high, and also to touch that weekly trigger. And the gamma flips up there too. So we have some work that needs to be done. We're on the daily trigger right now, so you're going to expect volatility in here. But the upside move is what I'm looking for first.
More people in poverty in 2029 to 2030.
I'd like to see 78 get traded and then a swing lower. It should be violent whenever it happens, whether it happens right now or later or whatever, what have you. I don't know. I don't think it happens just yet. Today's Wednesday. We've got until the 31st is not until Monday. So we got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 days. But then we've got the weekend.
From macro headline,
and we have one more whole fucking day, which is Monday. I think. Let me see if I got this right or wrong. The 31st is on Monday. So I think everyone's expecting the same. I think everyone's expecting. Let me just show you something really quick here. I'll give you the thesis, or not quite thesis, but hang tight here. I'm going to show you this. So I'm looking for something like this here, like this like failure here in the weekly trigger, come back down, fail it again, or not fail it, but break above it. Fail 580. So like 580's big zeros up here. Right? So you kind of like come up here. We can even extend this right here. Get some nice some supply down here, and hopefully this is the trigger. Like failure 580. Maybe we'll go a little bit lower here. Stay right about there. I kind of like that. Get out here. Let the FOMOers do their thing up here. And this is the one that I'm hoping does it. And at least does this retest down here. It would be nice. If you can see that there. But my thesis here is more tied to this gap up right here. And let me show this to you in a better way. And this is kind of the one that I'm thinking about here. So if you look at maybe we hold this one. Right, tag that one, get above there. And then we do this like monster unexpected swing. Think we hold this, but in fact we don't.
The live video on the feed for you to watch.
This is Friday the 28th. This is Monday at 9:30 in the morning. This is the 31st. This is Friday. So we just fucking murder Friday. And everyone's, out here telling you stuff like, oh yeah, it's the Trump trade, Trump uncertainty, blah 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 blah. All the noise and nonsense that the reason that we're going down is because of the Trump bullshit next week. Traders brace, and most of the market complies and believes in this. Then you wake up on the 31st and it's just Rampo fucking Rama. And this Rampo Rama could be fucking stupid. Like it could be, and I mean like you're like, this is Monday at 1600. And you're thinking, yeah, maybe we'll trade that right there, but come on here. That range is actually right there. Right there. A little bit higher. Right there. Sorry about that. Put this in. But if you think about how much they got to buy back.
5 minutes away from the top of the hour, we have Fed's Kashkari speaking at a Fed Listens event and conversation in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. No text expected, but a Q&A is, and the video is.
Just so you can see it here. This is the trade right here. And it could be monstrous. It could be monstrous, and then it could be even more monstrous at the end of the day. We just have to time it right. Just have to get down here, and this is the range down here. We're kind of like roped into this range. I don't know if you know that or not, but this should be lower. I don't know why this is wrong. Range is here. Sorry about that. Range is here and here, but we're gonna get range expansion. So, you get this range expansion up here. This holds up, and then it fails, and then it's just boom to the upside. So, just be down here between now and the weekend. Friday close, Monday open. Be slumming down here. And if you're one of those Wendy's warriors, it could be a massive trade. Let's take a look at this really quick, and it's right there. You can kind of see it right here. You see that monster fucking move, and something similar in here. And you hold this to like 415.2. That's like a 5% move. If we can get down there, we might just park it right here. 5,700. We might not even get that low, but that's a giant fucking move. And if you think I'm crazy here, hold on a second. Let me see if I can show you guys this, a prior example. Go to an hour really quick. Like, that can't happen. I was talking with Vol Wiz about this
down 1.01%
a month ago. Right here. It's like Rampo Rama. This is Monday the 28th.
That share values don't include
29th.
We need to be very careful about doing trade.
Actually happened early here. It happened before the 31st. And it's like straight ramp-a-rama. And if you look at like this is March 15th. That's a 12% move in half a month. All done early day, late day. That's 12%. They bought the whole fucking thing back. And you're like, that can't happen. But now there is some uncertainty here with Trump, tariffs and all that stuff. But let's go back over here and look. Let's go back and we'll look at this here, right? It's kind of similar, right? So you get this like doom and gloom, close the gap, and then it's just like a straight shot. I don't know if we get that high, but like 98 is easily possible. I don't know if it actually happens or not, or if it's subdued because of Trump, but all the noise and nonsense. I don't know if we can get down there either. That's where I want to get, but you start cranking either this week or next week, and all of a sudden you're just like ripping face up here. So just like boom, boom, boom into Trump doom. There's the second right there. And it's literally a button buy it all back. So if you're a Wendy's trader and you're looking for a sweep, it's 560 on there. $560.509, $567.24. You could be left behind too. It is possible that you're left behind. It's possible they're going to stretch this even today. Like, see this green bar right here? This is likely all noise. Any lows, just buying them for rips higher. I have to add some calls here, but at any rate, if you see any of this get filled in today, tomorrow, today's Wednesday, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, close any kind of extreme low, any kind of like doom and gloom bullshit today, tomorrow, Friday, any of that nonsense down there, it should violently move to the upside. And it's quick. It's like, it should be like minutes, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. You're going to think this is all doomy and gloomy. And in fact, it's just fucking ripping faces off the whole way. And I have a brief that I'm writing for you right now, and I'm going to try to get you the idea behind this trade and how it goes to the moon and how you can likely fund yourself for the whole entire summer on this move. If you trade it right, if you're like sitting here waiting, I don't know if we can get it done down here, but it would be awesome if we could. A move like this is that's a 3% move just to 82. And if they race it up into, I'm in the wrong date here, but I'm looking more for this here.
Down around 0.4%.
But if they race it up, you get the idea, right?
So according to the
that's almost 4% right there.
Estimates, the U.S. government could face a default risk as soon as August without debt ceiling increase.
So, anyways, this is a big trade coming up. It's literally today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. You're just looking for doom, any kind of doom to get down here between now and the weekend. Maybe the first, but I don't think so. You're just looking to slam, like maybe not full account, but I'm probably going to drop, I don't know, when I'm all said and done, probably 20 to 50K on that trade. So this could make my year right here. So
sign up today and get
it's just a matter of flinching
for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
Anyways,
92%.
Keep this in mind down below. Let's take a snip if you want of this. And you're just looking for any kind of bullshit. Don't listen to anyone out there talking to you, being like, "Yo, dude, Trump, blah 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 blah." You're just there to buy. Like, just don't be listening to them. Any of that kind of nonsense. This is our support right here. This is where we're tied in. This is where our all our 2-date calls are and stuff. 2-date gamma's all tied up in here. We're kind of like pinging and ponging in here until all this gamma wears off as we head into Friday. But if there's any kind of like window of weakness, window of strength to buy it all back, you should be Johnny on the spot down here. Not financial advice. This is where I'll be hanging out down here from now into Friday if we can get down there. Otherwise, I'm just buying 0 dates to trade this stuff into the closes and into the following day, stuff like that. And I'll be right back with you guys in a few more minutes. I got a few more things I got to do.
To keep in mind, Trump speaking in an interview with Vince Coglianzi.
Here's SPX down here if you want to watch it. Get back in line here.
As again, Trump currently speaking in an interview now says, people are with me at a level nobody has ever seen. To keep in mind as well, Fed's Kashkari speaking at this Fed Listens event. The live video has started and is available on the feed as well. Trump says we need Greenland for international security. Trump says we have to have it when asked about Greenland. Trump says, I don't think people of Greenland are uneager. Ukraine Foreign Ministry spokesperson says Russia is unable to manage Zaporizhia's plant safely. So seeing from CNBC, US may not account for all non-tariff barriers. So this is a CNBC reporter on X, says, I'm getting some clarity on what Trump meant by more lenient than reciprocal in his Newsmax interview yesterday. A White House official tells this source that the president is signaling that he may not take all of the non-tariff barriers into account when he calculates tariffs on given countries. So again, this is a CNBC reporter on X breaking this. So CNBC report that the decision on non-tariff barriers are to be case-by-case basis. US crude oil futures rise more than $1 a barrel on Venezuela supply worries. Trump in this interview says, making great strides on Russia and Ukraine talks.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Trump now ends his interview. Fed's Kashkari says we've made a lot of progress bringing inflation down. Still more work to do. Kashkari adds the job market has stayed strong. The biggest challenge is to finish the job. Fed's Kashkari says policy uncertainty is complicating the Fed's job.
5 minutes to go until we get the EIA crude oil inventories. Forecast is for a build of 1.977 million. Prior was a build of 1.745 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is for a draw of 1.5 million compared to the prior draw of 0.527 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a draw of 1 million compared to the prior draw of 2.812 million. In crude Cushing inventories, prior was a draw of 1.009 million. S&P 500 energy sector touches over 3-month high, last up 1.6%.
What am I doing?
One minute to the data will lead with crude oil inventories. US Treasury says it finalizes rule to remove requirement for US businesses and individuals to file beneficial ownership information, narrowing rule to foreign businesses. Kashkari says relative to other nations, the US is relatively insulated to trade dynamics. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. a draw of 3.341 million, a draw of 3.341 million compared to the expected build of 1.977 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 1.446 million, a draw of 1.446 million compared to the expected draw of 1.5 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 0.421 million, a draw of 0.421 million compared to the expected draw of 1 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a draw of 0.755 million. Kashkari says, after 2018's tariffs, we saw less reshoring of manufacturing to the US than to other nations. Besson says, interim final rule on beneficial ownership is aimed at reducing burdensome regulations. China opposes US's entity list expansion Tuesday. Brent crude futures pair some gains after EIA data release. Also, Dallas Fed survey says activity in the oil and gas sector increased slightly in the first quarter of 2025. And cost among oil service firms increased at a faster pace in the first quarter of this year versus Q4 2024. Also, companies expect WTI oil price of $68 per barrel at the year end of 2025. Ashkari says in the next year or two, we ought to be able to reduce interest rate further. So again, we in the next year or two, we ought to be able to reduce interest rates further. Gasoline, US gasoline futures pair some gains after EIA data shows smaller than expected draw in US gasoline stockpiles. Oil companies expect natural gas prices of $3.78 per million British thermal unit at the year end of 2025, again from Dallas Fed survey. Ashkari says this is the most dramatic shift in confidence in the last decade, save for the COVID era. A lot of uncertainty shift is about tariffs. Adding a lot of sentiment shifts is about tariffs. Kashkari says it's conceivable the hit to confidence could be a bigger effect than tariffs themselves. Kashkari is saying, good news is that if there are resolutions of trade uncertainty, confidence could be restored. Adding that I take very seriously the hit to confidence. The longer it lasts, the meaningful it is. So we have posted out the Dallas Fed survey, oil and gas activity edging higher, uncertainty rising, cost increase on the financial news feed for you to read through. That's Q1. Kashkari says, I'm uncertain about the effects of tariffs. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. Kashkari says, kind of a wash between the forces on interest rates from tariffs, so we should sit where we are.
fuck that thing go? All right, turn that off. Be right back with you guys. Hold on.
Let's keep an eye on the movements here in the market. A little bit of downside movement on gold. No headline related to the move. If we do find it, we'll relay that to you as soon as we can.
Looks just like Quapex, doesn't it? Park us all day long and then super ramp into the close. All mechanical. How the fuck is that thing still up? This thing is still solid. One.
Canadian dollar strengthens 0.3% to 1 month high per US dollar at about 1.4239 per dollar.
Why is that up? LB. Thought we had this charted. Or they're just still cranking. time is it right now? 11:30. We ain't got shit. We got a 2-year at 11:30. 17-week. I'm watching the 3 and the 6 month. Those are dropping right now. Just so you guys know a few things here. If you watch closely
Brent
on
crude futures rise more than $1 a barrel on fall in U.S. crude, fuel stocks, and Venezuela supply worries.
we've got at 11:30 we've got the 17-week bill auction. Then we got the 2-year FRN auction, both at 11:30, and then 5-year note at 1 p.m. Tomorrow we've got GDP growth rate quarter over quarter final. Wait a minute, I got this wrong here. I got the wrong date here. That was this morning. Hold on here. That's tomorrow. The GDP, or not GDP. I'm looking at PCE, but it's that's Friday. Yeah, we've got GDP tomorrow. We've got claims. Claims don't matter. What really matters right now is GDP. We have some like short-term bill auctions, but I'm watching the 3 and 6 month closely, and they're on the edge of collapse, which is good. 3 and 6 month ladder CDs have been outstanding, and what they should be high to combat transitory non-sticky inflation. And we got some numbers in, some durable good numbers in. If you look back on 2018, a lot of this data is being front run like a month in advance. Yesterday, Binky and I were looking at gold and SPX on a weekly basis. If you look really closely, you can see that we began pricing in Trump tariffs in November, end of October, November, and then super ramped it through until this moment right now. And if you check prior periods on peaks in gold, we're basically priced in. You'll look back on this moment and it'll be over. But this morning's durable goods should impact PCE on Friday. And if we get any kind of a cool GDP growth rate, it's quarter over quarter final. It could get smoothed out on the quarter tomorrow. Then we get claims. I'm not really interested in claims. I am interested in PCE, though. We got some PCE numbers on spend and inflation that were mixed, but cheaper than you think. Like there was a lot of spin going on that there was like spin going on saying, well, people aren't spending as much money at the gas station with gas nor what they're buying inside. But that's because inflation came down in those places. Why spend was lower, where spend may have been higher elsewhere. And there was some non-spending going on in restaurants, but spend in grocery stores was on the rise. That could be taken two ways, but you still need 3 to 6 months of data on that stuff. When I was looking at some of the data points this morning, and I was comparing them to 2018, and it really looks like a lot of this shit was
familiar with the matter.
I remember like 2018, you had like Trump tariffs, but they weren't really in stone. They weren't as aggressive, and they weren't front and center in the news like they are today. Everybody and their sister knows about Trump tariffs. You've got, Europe, Mexico, Canada freaking out. You got Trump today in Greenland. Everyone's a tariff expert all of a sudden out of nowhere. And the tariff information is really, 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 really inaccurate. It is bizarre. I understand people have to do sound bites, and then I understand other people want to push a narrative on tariffs, but historically, we're not even close to Hoover tariffs. We will be. When we're done with this stuff here, we'll be at the precipice of Hoover-type tariffs, but he would need to do a second round, second half of his presidency to push us over into that or amplify a recession to the downside. At any rate, if you just like kickback or data, it's like a month in advance right now. We're closer to being done pricing in than we are farther away from being done pricing in, for lack of a better word or a way to describe it. And we saw some of that in durable goods this morning. So we got PCE on Friday. I don't see much other data today. We don't have a ton of data this afternoon. Most of this looks like most of this action right now reminds me of closing positions by institutions and dealer action. We could literally be parked here just like quarterly OPEX until like 3:30 this afternoon, and then ramp-a-rama into the close. So let me just finish this stuff up. I'm back here doing a bunch of work in the background, and I don't want to sit here and bother you all morning with a bunch of like blather. Let me just get this done so I can get this out to the community. I did make a small post on Twitter maybe a half an hour ago. Some of you guys know that I follow the JPM caller, but I don't talk about it too frequently anymore because it's always like tea leaves. It's like what do they call it? Like FinTwit's men astrology. And I don't really put as much. Hey, it's gonna do this because of the caller. I'm not really date specific with the caller. I mean, it does matter. The caller does matter, but the actions within the caller that take place, not really date specific. Like the caller is basically like an old school way. There's more efficient ways to do this, but JPM goes with, and not just JPM, but people, JPM, and a lot of copycat banks put that trade on because it works. It's always worked, so they don't break something that works, even though there's more efficient ways to collar the market, or attempt to collar the market, I should say. Attempt to rein in positive or negative volatility. But even when you're putting those trades on and off, there is an effect on markets. As a matter of fact, when they pull this trade off on Friday, they'll place another trade on Friday that's bearish, extremely bearish, but they offset it with 0-day calls that get torched and then come into the money later in the afternoon by close. And it's not just them; it's a whole bunch of market participants on Friday. Or not Friday. Excuse me, I said Friday, but I mean the 31st, which is Monday this quarter. But at any rate, I made a brief post on Twitter. I'm writing a big brief for. Here, let me show you guys something else. I was just posted this in the Discord. I wrote this for you guys on Friday, right? Friday? I think I did a brief on it, and then let me see here. Yep, just parking us here. Let's see it right here. What day is today? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they parked us here the first like 2 hours, and then we super ramped the bell, which is what it should be. Unless we do bloodbath the close and then buy it. I guess that is possible. We could blood the whole entire day, but we're either going to blood the entire day or we're going to super ramp the fucking close. And if we blood the entire day, we're going to buy it all. Here, I'll show you guys something I had up earlier here. I got to close a bunch of this crap. Try to like stop myself here so it's not so goddamn boring. This is the expectations I gave to you over the weekend for this week. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed on this brief. As a matter of fact, I'll draw your attention down here to this date. This is Wednesday, March 26th. If you can see this, March 26th, we'll bring it up. And, I don't know if I can. if you follow my cursor here, I want to see one more high in here. But what's fascinating is this is 575.89, and that marks that resistance point up here. We've satisfied it as of now, but I want the new high to say we're coming back up into the second. I want to see that last high if we can. Now there is quarterly OPEX. There's some people that are thinking, I do like a drawing in this stuff. Can I edit this? Markup. Sweet. Hold on here. I change the color. All right. Anyways, so this is exactly where we are right now. We traded this all the way up, and I want to see like the 70. Like I want to see this last tick right here, mostly just to imply that hey, we're going to come back up here either now or down here. I don't like not seeing that last bit, that last little 78 up here. That failure to get over the weekly trigger, which is now down here. I just don't like it. It's my preference to see like when you see the push up higher, like the nice pretty new high. See this one right here? See a nice high, right? I like to see that new high again. It implies that we're going to trade higher, which we did. At any rate, let me get rid of all this. Can I erase all this? Can I back all this up? Now, there's another argument here that we have to, or not have to, but they have to buy all of this back, this collar. What the fuck did I do there? I guess I gotta be quicker in my drawings. This is like bullshit AI. And so the idea here would be that we come into the 31st and super ramp this up. But I'm actually open to a delayed because of the week start. The 31st is actually over here in the new week. So you get a delayed move higher. We get the move down. And then we get the delayed move higher either over the weekend. They kind of like trick us out into you doing it the entire week. Like you wrap up. Sorry, this is IWM. Go back to the regular screen for you. That over there. You wrap up the Trump 2.0 Liberation Day and the volatility and the uncertainty. Once Trump says to you, hey, this is what we're going to do and all that kind of stuff, then they close that shit out. They buy it all back. Dealers end up buying it all back. Which would not shock me. And then I did read this morning, I read a note that was written that said the JPM collar put strike is missing. I haven't had a chance to look it up yet, but I'm fascinated to find out if it's actually expiring or moved to next week. Like Friday's expiry. At any rate, I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. Still parked here on support. No breach yet of the island.
UKDMO planning 2 syndicated guild offerings in the first quarter 2025 to 2026. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. NATO's right says Europe needs to know that Uncle Sam still has our back. And that America also needs to know that its NATO allies will step up.
Was shit gonna break or what? All freaky deaky here, wondering if this is gonna break down and we're gonna start losing support. It's close. We do have a new low on the weekly here. SPX weekly just made a new low. That's not good. I'm gonna have to slam the put button here in just a second. Failure to get a new high here on 78 during the day. I figured we'd be done. We wouldn't go 78, but that failure, we're going to blood the fuck out of this if we do. We'll trade 5,700. It's another 50-point drop here. There's a new low there. There's a 4-trigger bear cluster coming up. We've broken all that. That's gone.
So continuing to see the slide in the S&P 500.
Nope, we're going to drop straight down there, like straight now.
Currently at about 17.84. So the sell-off in tech mega caps drove stocks lower, halting a 3-day rebound with concerns about the economic impact of a trade war weighing on risk appetites as US copper surged and orders for business equipment slid.
Just a note here that we're losing all support. There ain't shit here, nothing. Yeah, we can drop that no problem today. Price target end of the day 565.20. First target would be 568.80, but we're gonna blood this whole thing. Let me clean this up a little bit. It's possible that we crash here. Not crash, like 2% down, 562 into the bell. This is definitely a target right here. You should see a pullback as we hit this right now. Dude, they're coming in here early. Woo! I was expecting at least 78. They don't give a fuck. Dollar early. Now this actually is pretty bad too. For this Friday, not getting 78 is fairly bad. We will trade trend.
So we'll relay that to you as soon as we can.
We will definitely trade trend here. That target is 561.44.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the
Right down there.
for non-farm
All that's coming back right now.
Special offer.
Now, there is one thing to say. It's still first tag. We need to see the second.
92%.
So you want to be watching this closely here. If you see the second low, you should see a pullback here, but if you see the second low here, they will sell this down, well, I don't know, 2 or 3%. You will give away the entire thing. I'm impressed with this. Don't get too bared up here. You're gonna get one more chance. They're gonna pull it back one more time and reject it, or wait for the rejection and take a second one. You want to see this pull up, reject, make the new low, and then go full on short into Friday. But you got to wait for it to reject. Don't be like looking at these lines and saying, "Oh, Cap saying we're going down to the depths of hell," but we're gonna here in just a minute. If we reject here, you want to watch this really closely here. We still have a cross coming up of the half-hour trigger here too. There is nothing here. This is all. There's zero holding this market up all the way down. Let me show it to you here. Let me give you a better visualization of this. One quick second here. Make it simple for you. I drew this for the what do you call it there yesterday? Just so you can see here, this is Wednesday, Tuesday. Here's Monday. There is, draw that for you. This is the start of Monday right here, right where we are, just so you can see it. These are Monday buyers. So what you want to be watching for is this whole support here is broken. This is Monday close of day. So you can see it. We're going to slam right through this. And then if we start to reject and catch the new low, straight down. Okay.
Trump prepares auto tariff announcement as soon as Wednesday. So again, Trump prepares auto tariff announcement as soon as.
And I just want you to see this here. So you can see that new low right there. We're going to reject this, come down.
Just keeping on the dollar
staircase that one,
the upside,
break right through,
down some movement on the S.
and you're going to wake up tomorrow down here on trend. All this will be erased, and all of this will be erased, and all of that down there is going to be erased too. Not happening yet. We need the second break just so you can see it. See, this is where demand is right here. They're still buying down here. This is Monday open, the low. But you got the new tick down here. You can see the tick just below it. That means that they're pressing on weekly buyers. Hold on, I got puts on now. Hold on a second here. But you're looking for just that rejection, whoop, new low, and then it's on like Kong down here. On the hourly trigger right now. This is the weekly hourly trigger parked right here. See how there's nothing down here on the hourly trigger right now. Bloodbath. And we're slightly higher than the low for the week on SPX. Not on SPY, though. And you see that red bar right there? That's the one that we want to reject one more time, and then it'll be downtown. Trading S4 on that low. Next target down below is 568.51. 568.79, excuse me. That thing fucking cranked on that last leg. This last little bit right here. $56.20 is a good target. So 69 and 65. 65s are only 15 cents. So start with 69, get back in on 69, and then take the 65s. After a breakdown here and a pump up higher.
To use Treasury's pair losses as Trump preps auto tariff comment.
Got negative Trump commentary coming out. SPX price target 5,700. Watch the bottom right side of your screen here.
So the dollar index rising to daily high on auto tariff news.
So I'll show you guys this here. So here's the range for SPX. They're going to shank this fucker straight down here. I'm over here trying to write a brief, I'm trying to write like an essay. Let me read you like some of this stuff. So I'm like sitting here going, I'm like, the title sounds like gravel in the mouth. Rare to have the culmination of so much all at once. Expected seasonal lows, literal unknown White House policy, the end of a quarter while the markets initially began pricing in a modest Trump trade war 2.0 and eventually pricing in a full-blown trade war, a litany of other policies calling into question relationships with long-term allies and the thrashing of our bureaucracy and amplification of a real hot war with China. Whew! Like writing all that, and then I'm like looking to the right, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on in the market as I write this shit? I'm like, what the fuck? On top of that, month end is slightly wonky, ending on a Monday just 2 days before whatever Liberation Day is. That I'm writing. And then I go, on a positive front, most of this doom is likely at a tail end for now. And the markets show it. Breathe a moment and scale out if you don't know. Simply put, gold rising is a sign of war and usually peaks at the market bottoms. Which, of course, right now, we're on a 1 minute chart, so it seems like it's fucking full on doom, but it's not, right? If you like scale out on a daily or weekly, where like nothing's really going on here. But of course, today, right now, we miss 78, and it's like, boom, we're going to go down, baby. I'm on 79 Ps, and then I'm going to jump. No, that's 79. Hold on here. Let me see what I'm on. 69 Ps, and I'm going to get out of these things and switch to 65 Ps. Those are 16 cents right now. They're not really moving. But we'll try to like hit this 69 and then hit a we'll reset up here and get 65s. They'll start pricing in 65s the moment we hit this down here. All right, I got to get back to what I'm doing. I got to get this done because it's like a fucking people write these things over the course of a week, and it's like taking me. I'm already like 3 hours into this fucking thing. So give me a minute here. Does anybody even know how to write an essay anymore? Not many people do they? I feel like nobody knows how to write essays, and I don't go back and do good editing because I got to write them every goddamn day. So I'm constantly like, I don't do enough editing to make them like I'm look like I'm at school or something. And I don't run them through AI. How do I do this? We're still on Monday open support, so don't get all crazy here. We're due for a squeeze. Don't be hammering the fucking sell button right where we are. This is the monthly low or the weekly low on Monday at 9:30 a.m. You are going to see buyers step in here. There's one more little gap down there, but you are going to see buyers step in here, guaranteed. You need to see the second new low for that continuation to the downside. You need to see the rejection and a new low. Don't get all fucking crazy just yet. If you missed this rundown, you might get one more nice doomy fucking thing up here. So we gotta see if there's rejection. And this could go all the way up here. So watch the squeeze. Don't believe me. Now they can clean this whole entire thing out down here. We can trade 55.23 too. Not today, but we can trade that. If you look on Twitter, I posted something like this on Twitter this morning about SPX or about the collar. In March, we swept these major lows and then held off on the retrace to the top of March of 2022. We went back and like traded 55.21. Well, not the same number, but that low, that gap that's down there at 55.21. We bloodbathed all the way down, then super fucking ramped to the top. I got calls on here today too. That are still worth money, shockingly. I got a bunch of 578s on. I bought at 7, 8, 9 cents. So I'm at 8 cents right now on 78s as a buy, but they're worth 3 cents. I'm shocked they're still worth money right now. I'm closing out some puts right now. I'm shocked that I have calls that are still worth more than pennies. I'm going to load up on some more puts here, but I want to catch a squeeze first. I want to see a squeeze up here before we start selling. And there's like a trigger cross coming up. You can almost always go up and revisit it to make sure that the way is down. If we fail up here, start making some lows, I'll jump in on puts again. Still in calls right now. 0 dates for today, 326. I really don't like. If there's one thing about today that I'm not a fan of at this point, the day's not over yet, but we only made the one low right now. We got the one low, but no second low. So we could theoretically trade 78 today, believe it or not, because of the mechanics of this shit. But I know it sounds crazy, but if we don't make the 78 today and we just reject and start heading lower, I mean, that's a sign to me that we failed to get that last high at 78. I would want to see the whole move erased, not just the weekly. I'm sure Theta Gang is watching this fucking super closely too. They gotta be, because we're parked right on weekly. We're parked at 9:30 a.m. on Monday right now. I'm sure they're all watching closely or attentively. Tentatively. I'm actually surprised my calls are worth anything right now. I've got 3-cent calls on me for 78. We're trading 70, 80 points. There ain't no fucking way in my mind. I mean, the only thing that I would say to that would be, the only thing I could counter that with would be the mechanics of month end. Maybe we scream up there like last 15 minutes of the day. I don't think so, though. That's the only argument they made. I'm shocked that they should be 1 penny right now. So even dealers are open to it, at least to an extent at this point. And it's already 12:15 in the afternoon. So the day is over. Invariably, the day is over. You're going to see people start selling into this close today. People are going to panic sell this. And I don't see any other Trump news. I just keep seeing something about tariffs. Trump prepares auto tariff announcement as soon as Wednesday. SPX fucking collapsed. And this is really bizarre too. Trump prepares auto tariff announcement as soon as, which is fucking bizarre. It should just say Trump auto tariff for Wednesday. So you know that this is all bullshit right now, which most of Trump's talk is bullshit until you get a firm. I was thinking about this last night. Last night I was looking at the reciprocal tariffs in whole, and I'm like, Wall Street wants. I put this in a recent brief about a Powell put and a Trump put. And Wall Street is desperate for something in stone. You know, all of these trade agreements that we have were basically renegotiated by Trump. When Trump says things like, this is not good for us, he's talking about his agreement. I shit you not. There's like 1 or 2 agreements that Biden did, but they were still Trump agreements, from what I recall. When Biden was in office, Biden didn't rescind any of Trump's stuff. He modified a little bit of Trump stuff, but it wasn't anything of consequence. None of these presidents have really, truly altered any of each other's tariffs. But Trump, of course, in this case, in Trump 2.0, he's even more squirrely than he was in Trump 1.0. And that's one of the problems or uncertainties that we're in right now is the uncertainness. He says so much stuff right now and then does really, really fucked up shit. Like him or not. I don't care if you like him or not, but he does things that he never talked about in his campaign. That he's now saying, yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And you're like, yeah, you didn't say that when you were campaigning. So Wall Street basically wants something in fucking writing. Like, just write it out. I don't care what it is. Just write it out and say, I want this from this country, and I'm going to do this if you don't. And these are the dates, so that they can price all of this shit in, right? That uncertainty is real. That's not to be fucked with. We have priced in most of what he's promised at this point, but the uncertainty of we went through this somewhat in his first term. Wall Street tried to nail him down on the last bits of his tariffs. And so there was a saying called Gyna trade on, Gyna trade off with a G. And he would come out and do press conferences or fucking tweet at 3 a.m, 6 a.m., 1 a.m., all manner of day and night. And he would say, like, trade deal off, and the market would fucking crater. I mean, fucking crater. circuit breaker type shit, like 3, 4, 5%. So when you see me drawing this stuff like this, when you're like, why is he drawing this so fucking down like this? This is easy for us. Like we can plunge like nobody's fucking business right here. Like no blinking. You can get like Trump, like I'm drawing up the tariff plans. Everyone's getting one. Like I kid you not. Like, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to war with China on Monday, and then like 9 a.m. we're right back up here. Tariff deal off again. We're right back up here. This is the stuff of nightmares. I was in an email stream with Winky on Sunday, and I was like, I should read what I wrote to Winky to you, because what I had said to Winky was, I don't know if I can go through this for 3 more years. I was like, I'm green with Spy. Like Spy, I'm like green right now. I've got fucking 400 goddamn shares of Spy, and I'm finally green. Actually, I'm not green right now, but I was green with the. Actually, I'm kind of green because my divvy is making up an extra $1 something, 60 or some shit like that. But I was talking to Winky this weekend, and I was like, I don't know, man. I was like, I don't know if I don't even know if I want to wake up every morning for 3 years with that kind of shit, like where you just get like tariff deal on and off. Like Wall Street wants like in fucking stone. They don't give a fuck if, I'll be honest with you guys, like Wall Street doesn't give a fuck if Trump says 1,000% tariffs on China. Once a month we add another 100. They don't care. They just want to know what it's going to be, right? Or it could potentially be, so they can plan for it. But right now you've got like Trump going, just fucking all over the goddamn place. I mean, I'll be honest, you guys might not, some of you guys know this, but some of you guys don't. Any of you guys that were not trading pre-COVID have zero idea what I'm talking about. Zero. Like fucking zero. But I'll tell you the truth, like, like if you can't pin them down in this shit and we have to go through Trump bullshit tariffs fucking 2.0 like the first time, it could be a fucking nightmare. It's like, it really could be. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you can't, like, if you've been in the market long enough with Trump, you would not be shocked to come on April 2nd and every single tariff is rescinded. And I'm talking doom here right now, right? We could wake up like April 2nd in the morning and every single tariff this guy has made could be rescinded. Every single one. Like every last fucking one. Because you can't trust him. You can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. Like, literally can't. The guy's breaking his own fucking agreements right now. He's like, we got a bad trade deal right now with USMCA. I'm like, you fucking made that trade deal. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, anyways, sorry, I digress. Anyways, watch out for a turn higher here and the cross of the half-hour trigger. And if you're trying to get short again for the next leg down on Trump doom, make sure you reset yourself up here, and I will too. If I go puts one more time, I'll let you know. Still long calls right now.
$1 a year for our real-time service.
Like, I shit you not. Like, I don't know if I can go through this. I'm talking to Winky, and I'm like, I don't know, dude. I'm like, I don't know if I want to go through it, even if it goes up, even if we go to all-time highs. I just don't want to deal with it every day. I don't want to, like, Sundays wake up and be like, oh, God, we're down 5%. Or we're like, come into like a presser at 4 p.m. and it's fucking, we're fucking cratering over the weekend, and then I wake back up on Monday and it's all back again. Like losing trillions of fucking dollars in the marketplace for fucking 24 hours over a bullshit speech. Sorry, I'm kind of heated on this because I got a lot of money on this. You know what I mean? If you don't know what I mean, I bet some of you do. If any of you have any market in this any money in this market, you definitely know what I'm talking about. And so I was one more thing. So then I'm talking to Winky on Sunday, and I'm like, I can't be the only one thinking this. Like, I can't be the only one thinking this right now. I'm like, I can't be the only participant saying, maybe I step this one out, you know? Like, maybe I just fucking don't participate for this next 3 years. Like, I'll trade like intraday and like spreads and shit, but I'm like buying the market, even if it goes moon. I'm like, I just don't know if I want to go through it again. There's got to be some participants out there that they're just like, fuck this, too much bullshit, I'm out. I'll see you when he's gone. I'm serious. Like, if you got a ton of money, if you own the market right now with any kind, like, not calls and puts and shit, if you guys have been buying this bottom with size, do any of you feel kind of like, is anybody out there watching this show right now that's kind of like, fuck this? Or maybe you wanted to expend a bunch of money and you're just saying, no, not even, I don't care if we go to 7,000. I don't want anything to do with it. So that's how I'm feeling, right? Or not today, but that's how I was feeling on Sunday. I was having like a come to Jesus moment where I had like, okay, am I gonna hold this until we trade 600, or do I fucking hold this shit for the rest of the year? And anyways, I don't know. Any of you guys thinking that stuff or no? Am I alone here? Fucking, we're doing this show and I'm alone. Yeah, you feel like that too right now? I feel like that. I literally had to go to Winky and be like, I need some counseling right now. No shit. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling, right? I've been feeling like that. I mean, am I doing the right thing here? It isn't even like I think we're going down. Like, I don't think we're crashing or anything. I think we're going to see an all-time high this year. I'm I'm good with all that. I just don't know about the fucking emotional toll I'm going to have to go through to get there. I'm like, can I handle this shit? Like, I kid you not. Let me explain this to you, the seriousness of this. Like, this is a come to Cappy moment, okay? I got some really fucking close friends that are MAGA. Like, these people are my in real life friends. I know them here in our group, and I know them like privately. MAGA. And these are friends that I've had since Trump 1.0. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret here that no one wants to tell you, okay? When Trump was running for his second term, I remember our conversations. And my MAGA friends, you know what they said to me? I love him, but even I need a fucking break. That's what they said. They were like, I need a break. They were like, let's just cool it off for 4 years and then I'll vote for him again. They literally said that to me. Like, and I was like, I can't do it, man. I was like, I can't fucking go through another 4 years of this. I was like, I just need a fucking break. And they were like, no, we agree. We're the same way. Like, we're with him and we need a goddamn break. And I'm like thinking about the next 4 years going, can I go through these next fucking 4 years with this shit? And this presser that was just released, this press statement is what's triggering me right now because, you know, like, I can't grasp, like, Trump prepares auto tariff. Okay, cool, I'm with it. Announcement. Okay, I'm with it. I got it. Okay. And then he slips in as soon as Wednesday. I'm like, what is as soon as what? As soon as, like, what, we might not get it on Wednesday? Friday next week? What are we gonna do? We're gonna hold a presser on Tuesday at fucking 9:30 and you don't show up till Friday at fucking 5:30? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Fucking president. Get fucked. Just write the fucking draft. Say it'll be presented on Wednesday at 4 fucking p.m. It's like that fucking simple. Or shut the fuck up. And we'll just meet you. You can do your negotiate and then pop up at 4 p.m. on fucking Wednesday and give it to us. It's that simple, right? Be a fucking man. Your bullshit talk. Like, seriously. Fire hose of fucking Trump garbage. No offense, but it really is. It's like, God, fucking as soon as. The fuck is that? What the fuck does that mean? Sorry. Fucking got a bunch of money in the stock market and you're telling me as soon as? Fuck off. Like straight up. Gonna trade on, deal on again. That shit drove me nuts back then. I would stay up all night long. I would have like money in the market, 30, 40, 50 grand running. Like back then you could take a weekly or a monthly and be fine. Fucking 20, 30 fucking grand in the market. Fucking slamming the buy button on a close. Fucking half an hour later, Trump would come out and be like, fucking gonna deal off. Fuck all of you. Fucking watching after hours just go. I would be awake all night fucking long. All night long, not kidding. Oh my God, I'm so fucked. Straight down to the depths of hell. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Banned your ass in 2 seconds, motherfucker. Gotcha. Gotcha. That took like 2 seconds. Hook, line, and sinker. Auto ban. Fucking watching my show for free money. Get the fuck out of here. Just like that. Sitting at home, I can't say anything anymore on chat. I know, Damien. They don't even know that I banned them both. They're like, I stay on Wall Street bets all day long. They don't let me talk about anything related to the market with politics because we can't control ourselves. Gotta stick my dick in my ass. Got him every time, Logan. I don't know who it was. No idea. I don't look. I just see the comment and I go, auto ban. Gotcha. Throw out the bait and just wait for him to start commenting. What's up, John Haggerty? It takes like 5 minutes. They're like, the market doesn't go down when he talks. Yeah, how long have you been trading, bro? Oh, like 4 years. Trading $20 on Facebook, on Robinhood. Yeah, I know, Logan. They don't realize that either. Here, let's take a see. Some of you guys know this stuff. Logan understands this. Let me explain some of this to you guys out there that don't know this. Did you know that if you hate me and I ban you and you go on social media and you tell 10 people that you hate me, that I get like 100 followers from that? Did you know that? You probably don't. You think you're doing something righteous, but you're not. That's terrible. It's true, though. The more you like rattle people's cages and shit, the more they talk about you. It's fucked up, isn't it? There we go. Keep on squeezing higher. That's crazy, isn't it? Yep. He just went in there and he like banned me. What's that guy's name? Captain Jim James. You know what the first fucking thing they do is? Tack, 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 tack. We're going to watch this fucking guy. Oh man! All right, we're squeezing higher now. If you're a bear, we're looking for the rejection up on high. We've got a cross coming up here. You know what's fucked up too is like Financial Juice has got it right here. Trump prepares auto tariff announcement as soon as Wednesday in deep dark red. Do you think that guy goes to Financial Juice and says, "Hey, buddy"? Hold on a second here. Let me post this over here for you. Hey, buddy, you're probably watching right now. Hey, come on over here for a minute. Hey, fuckface, come on over here for a minute. You see that right there? I want you to get on Financial Juice and say, I'll have you know that I am a rock star on Wall Street Bets, and they don't let us talk about politics and stock market together. Can you please stop posting this on Financial Juice for me? Sorry. Do you think that guy does that? Do you think that guy like goes to Financial Juice or goes to like do you think that guy goes to like Twitter? Oh, let me go on Twitter Pro right now. I think that guy goes on Twitter and goes, "Excuse me, Unusual Whales, can you stop posting anything about politics on your feed?" Hey, excuse me there, Walter Bloomberg. Hey, I have a Bloomberg terminal. Well, I actually don't, but I know you guys on Bloomberg terminal post about politics in the Trump trade. I don't know what the Trump trade is, but I'm on Wall Street Bets, and I would prefer that you don't talk about it on public. God, it's so terrible. It's so terrible. Yeah, it's all that moonshine. I've been drinking since like, I don't know, 5 days ago or something. I wish. I so wish sometimes. Nothing wrong, good. We're just talking about the it's like the regurgitation of Wall Street Bets garbage. It's like Wall Street Bets is like Wall Street Bets back in the day. You could talk politics and how it relates to the stock market, and you'd be fine doing that shit. But then, of course, it was overrun by people that wanted to not discuss it as it relates to the markets. So now you've got like this whole generation of people that are like, "Hey, you can't talk about that stuff. I don't come here for that, sir." You're just like, "What? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?" If they move markets, they move markets. If they're used to move markets, that's what they're used for. You know, that's the truth. Some people are not used to move markets. Some people are. You know, in this case, we have someone that is fucking moving markets. We're fucking trading. We were trading fucking 552. Why do you think we were trading 552? Think like pricing in tariffs and policy is not why we're down this deep? Get out of here. Anyways, all right, moving on. Hold on, I got to fix this up here. I'm back here working on this brief. I'll be right back with you guys again. Sorry, I was just reading the commentary earlier. There's no politics doesn't impact the stock market. Yeah, it sucks really bad, doesn't it? I agree with you. It does. It's like AstroTurf crap. All right, I'll be right back. I got to finish this goddamn thing and get it out to you. I got to write an essay. Yeah, my calls are still at 3 cents, though. Those fucking things aren't helping me. I got to kick those fucking things. A couple things on news. Let's review some news really quick. S&P 500 dropping down to new lows, deeper into negative gamma territory. We still haven't lost 5750 though. We haven't lost range. Just so you can see this so far, let me go down the bottom right hand side here. We still haven't lost range. Here's range right here. You guys got this earlier in the week. Hold on, let me get rid. This is all. Sorry, this is me trying to. Just so you can see, we are still in range. I know that seems like it was all doom and gloom down here. This is unexpected, of course. I was looking for this. I was looking at the 78 and then maybe come down here, trade this like a doom and gloom trade, but they're doing it early right now, so you can see it. We failed to get 78. The moment we failed to get 78, drop back down. As soon as we're up here, boom, straight down. We are looking to possibly trade all the way down to the bottom of range, which is 5,700. So be aware of that. Also note that the half-hour trigger is about to cross the hourly trigger. That could create a fucking bloodbath on our hands here in a few minutes. We would still, though, be in range. We would also close half of the gap down below here if we did trade that 5,700. But, you know, the real question would be, why not close the rest of the gap, right? Close half the gap, trade higher, and then slam down here to trend. Take that whole gap right out. So we are seeing some aggressive selling today to the downside. Be hyper aware of us being in deeper negative gamma territory, but also, hold on here. Also be aware that we are still in range. And we're parked here in this island, but you see that 5 minute coming down? And on SPY, we've got the half an hour crossing. I mean, we could get shanked right here just easily into end of day. And it's getting late. It's 12:38 in the afternoon. So by 4 p.m., this would not shock me to be down here. Sell it all the way down to our 5,700 range down here. Just be aware of that. Let me give you some more news here. I don't see much more here. I'm reading something about consumer confidence from JPM this morning, but I don't trust it because it's political. It's consumer confidence, if you split it by political party, was the worst on record for Republicans before Trump was elected, and it's the worst on record now in the flip because of Democrats. But I will read this to you. I just wouldn't trust consumer confidence. It has been untrustworthy for about 9 months at this point. It's been very politicized. JPM on the consumer. Conference Board consumer confidence missed expectations and hit the lowest level since January of 2021. Particularly the expectations index, consumers' short-term outlook for income, business, and labor market conditions dropped to the lowest level in 12 years, exceeding pandemic low. The details of the survey suggest that consumers are more cautious about their purchasing plans for big-ticket items, homes, and cars, but the intention to purchase additional services was little changed. The sharp drop consumer expectation aligns with the recent deterioration in survey-based data amid anxiety around policy and recession risks. While the backward-looking data still suggests a solid economy coming into this year, truth, e.g. upside surprise in March PMI services, and that is true. Before I continue on, you got to remember that I made a post last night about tariffs. It was Canadians had put a billboard out saying that something about like you pay as the consumer, you pay for tariff. It's a tax on you, the consumer. But the implication is that tariffs are a tax on you from governments, and that's not true. It's a tax on you from corporations, either the producer level, like I produce aluminum, right? Right up to the manufacturer of the good that you buy. They are the ones taxing you. You may not believe that, but historically that is the case. What happens is corporations are lazy. They will front run the even talk of tariffs. If we didn't even get it, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something quickly here. If Trump came out on April 2nd and said no tariffs, none that I've talked about or implemented since I came into office, right? None of your prices would come down willingly. Think about that. None of them. They would leave them up. Not only that, but you saw the consumer goods report this morning. The last report showed that companies bought tons of tons of parts and goods and products and ingredients into products pre-tariffs when they were cheap. And they've been raising prices on you since Trump got into office. And they want to hit you again with more price increases. This is called greedflation. And not only that, the products that they do sell you normally do not include fully tariffed end products. Does that make sense? So if I give you a beer, right, I have to make the beer. I'm not using aluminum in the beer, am I? And not all my products are in beer cans, are they? Right? Like I got to put some of that stuff in glass, right? Put some of that stuff in a tap. But yet, if I get an aluminum tariff, I'm going to tell you, the consumer, oh, sorry, buddy, 25%. Now they're implemented another 25%. The one thing that companies don't want to do is ever have to source new aluminum producers, aluminum can producers, and they think you're dumb. That's the truth. They think you as the consumer is dumb. So they will raise prices on tariff threats and real tariffs as much as they possibly can, and not seek out new producers for their products. Or they even lie to you other ways, right? They'll reorganize a value meal. They will give you a smaller product. You guys know what shrinkflation is, right? I do. Right? You open a bag of chips and now there's less chips in it. They make a bigger box, right? Tell you it's king size when it's just regular size. That's all greed. That's not a country fighting with another country. That is a company saying, fuck the consumer. Now, that does work briefly, but usually everyone's doing it and the consumers eventually fight back. That's why you hear one-time hit to inflation, one-time hit to GDP. In between that initial greed and when sales level off and start coming down, companies will begin to do a multitude of things. Seek out new producers, seek out new suppliers, shrinkflation, reorganizing of what they're selling you, or plain old eating that profit margin. Like, hey, we're not going to do it. Or, hey, you split it with us, with the producer, right? Hey, I'm selling this and you're going to have to eat some of this and I'm going to have to eat some of that profit. And that will affect what we're speaking about here, right? PMI services, right? PMI, keeping it on track. So,
and save 92%.
Well, I didn't get any more puts for this. I'm still waiting here. That really wasn't that big of a bump here, was it? The 5 minutes racing down right now. They're teasing me here. They're like, come on, buy my puts, bro. I ain't doing it. Not gonna, wouldn't be prudent. So, what JPM is saying here is that there is a disparity between consumer confidence in the future, but you should expect at least Q1, Q2 ER reports. You should see these companies with record profits.
So just CNBC citing the White House, Trump could sign new auto tariffs as soon as Wednesday.
Fucking Financial Juice is like, just keep saying it. Post it and say it over and over again so we can get the market to drop some more. You think they're in shorts right now? Is Financial Juice in shorts? So what JPM is saying is that, like you're listening to me tell you this right now, and you're probably like, this is some fucking guy on the internet that's saying, trust me, bro, but that's not true. I'm not just some guy on the internet telling you, trust me, bro. I do read this stuff, this data, very closely, and I think I got a decent grasp of it. You should expect ERs in Q1, Q2, at least these first two quarters. Even if you hear uncertain guidance from these companies, they should be making bank, serious bank. They loaded up on supplies to build products, make products. They loaded up on pencils and warehouses and screws and nuts and bolts. And they bought they ordered a bunch of shit, even though you don't think that they did. durable goods says that they did. The last durable goods, which was the January durable goods, which was reported in February 27th, I believe, was a huge spike. There was a huge spike in durable goods. So my point here would be that this JPM report saying the sharp drop in consumer expectations aligns with the recent deterioration in survey-based data amid anxiety around policy and recession risks, while backward-looking data still suggests a solid economy coming into this year. E.g., an example being upside surprises in March PMI services. However, and this is where the fly in the ointment is here. As indicated by more cautious consumer purchasing plans, the decline in sentiment and outlook in Q1 may start to be translated into growth slowdown or spending drop in Q2. While we still see a tradable bounce this week, event risk on April 2nd remains significant, and we are looking to cut risks into April. There's a lot of information in that last few sentences to divine. Now, however, as indicated by more consumer purchasing plans, right? Indicated by more cautious consumer purchasing plans, what JPM is referring to is the restaurant, and is it a restaurant and eating establishments and bars, I think it's called. The retail sales report that just came out noted that consumers were choosing to not spend as much money in retail restaurants. And retail restaurants and bars and stuff, their inflation has not come down. Unlike gas stations, inflation has come down, so you're going to expect less spend. Retail restaurants and bars and shit, their inflation has not come down. And consumers have not chosen to spend as much as they once did. Consumers is truthful that they are concerned about a recession, uncertainty by Trump, and not so much what Trump's going to do or not do in terms of final. Like, they just want to know. You get what I'm saying here? Like, Wall Street consumers don't care what the decision is. They just want to know what is the decision specifically, which is what we're just talking about here, right? You can see it in consumer sentiment. People are saying, maybe I got to tighten up the purse strings. Maybe we're going to go in a recession and it's real. Even if we're not in it right now, maybe I will create a recession. So the data is not creating a recession, but the consumer creates the recession. Does that make sense? So instead of me going to work all day long, right? I got a husband. I got 2 sons. It's a man house, right? And I go to work every day and I take on some debt, get some credit cards, get a couple nice Teslas. I got a big truck with truck nuts on the back. I live in Texas. I own a ranch, and I just bought a vacation home, and my job is safe, right? And all of a sudden, a guy comes into the office and says, Hey, Texas Bob, can you come down to Human Resources? We want to talk to you really quick. Meanwhile, some guy's packing your shit in a box, and you get told, hey, you're getting laid off. And you're like, I never saw that coming, right? And then you get home, and your husband, Jim, goes, I'm sorry, Bob, but I got laid off today, too. And the two of you are like, well, we're fucked.
With a prior bid cover of 2.42 and a prior high yield of 4.123%.
Meanwhile, inflation is raging, and I'm panicky now, right?
Or 5-year notes.
I need to go out and get a couple jobs. I go to get a couple jobs, and they're not hiring. Can't get a job at the local diner. Can't get a job at the local, I don't know, custodian overnights at Walmart. I can just do 80 hours a week to pay all these bills, but there's none available. All of a sudden, I've got high inflation, unemployment concerns. That means I'm in a recession that I did not create, right?
Ahead of the $70 billion 5-year note auction.
We start to what? My credit cards, right? My house, my car, my dog, my wife, my husband.
5s and 30s.
Play a country record backwards, right?
For the first time since September.
That's a recession that's not of your doing, is it, as a consumer? Now, we can create a recession as the
They said
consumer.
in a late Tuesday note, said a concession from closing levels probably was needed for good auction results given unattractive valuations.
But we're not there yet, are we?
CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.9 million 5-year note futures, possible source of covering demand at the auction.
So, JPM is saying here, we need more clarity on uncertainty. We don't need clarity yet. We don't care about what the policy is. We care about the uncertainty in policy. And we're also concerned that the consumer feels like that too. They could actually be the trigger of an early recession. And you just heard me speaking earlier about my own positioning in the market, saying, I don't know if I want to go through this for 4 years, right? Like, I don't know if I want to go through the nightmares and the fantasies, like going to sleep being down 5 or 3 and be waking up being up 5, right? The highs and lows of that uncertainty. So JPM also saying, however, as indicated by more cautious consumer purchasing plans, we do have those weak retail sales, but we still need 3 to 6 months of that data to put a story together. So we're not quite there yet. And they're also saying you should get a surprise in Q2 and a surprise beat in Q2, but conditions could deteriorate by the time you get to Q3, Q4. And noteworthy in this, for different reasons, we did crash in 2018 come September, October, November. We had like a Black Monday of some kind. I think we dropped 20% Q4 of 2018. So they're warning of that right now. Now they do say, well, we still see a tradable bounce this week. So this week into the close, right? Or into Monday, let's call it. They're saying event risk on April 2nd remains significant. And we are looking to cut risk in April. If you looked at the SPX flows chart that I've shown you, flows slow down in the first 2 weeks of April. They actually don't pick back up until mid-month April for single stock issues, and then they ramp up at end of month April for the indexes. Now, saying all that from JPM this morning, I'll put this as well inside of your brief today. Saying all of that, there could be a scam running or an ohm being sold here from JPM. That's what I want to touch on the last level here. JPM is basically saying we need to know at least by April 2nd what tariff policy is. We don't care today about so much about USMCA or Europe, NATO, that kind of stuff, or debt ceiling. We can push that off down the road into middle of summer or early summer. But for right now, look at this. We're blasting down again, baby. 569.73. And there was no holds barred up here. No squeeze higher to the cross. And I do warn you that as this half-hour trigger crosses the hourly trigger, it's going to get messy into the close here. They're going to see people go risk off into this bell. So that's a report from JPM today. That's kind of bearish there. What else do I have here for you? Cash carry saying in the next year, 1 or 2 years, we ought to be able to reduce interest rates further. It's conceivable that the hit to confidence could be. This was a commentary from Kashkari in relation to this JPM uncertainty. Kashkari, in the next 1 or 2 years, we ought to be able to reduce interest rates further. It's conceivable that the hit to confidence could be a bigger effect than the tariffs themselves. There's a kind of wash between forces on interest rates from tariffs, so we should sit where we are. Now, let's discuss what Kashkari is saying. He is lying to you. There is a Fed put. It sits at about 500 to 520. There's been an ask here from banks and from participants or market participants for a Fed put or a Trump put. And we have not seen a full put from either of these entities. We saw a slowing of QT, which is like a small put from Powell, but we have not seen Trump put. We have seen a Trump put light earlier this past week. We saw Trump saying, maybe the tariffs aren't in stone on the 2nd. We're still negotiating with people, and you'd be surprised who doesn't get a Trump tariff on April 2nd. I don't think anybody gives a fuck if everybody gets tariffed. I don't think nobody cares if there's reciprocal tariffs. They just want it in stone. So again, let's reiterate this one last time, and I posted this morning on Twitter. Tariffs are priced in. What's not priced in is uncertainty. And that should be
Surely expecting the when issued for the 5-year note auction.
That should be the word. There's a word, it's uncertainty. And that reiterates what JPM was saying earlier. Do not believe Kashkari. He's a fucking liar. I think Nomura's McGilligot's noted this, even though the Fed funds rate is saying don't expect Fed funds rate or the future Fed funds rate is saying don't expect cuts this year, and Kashkari is likely mimicking that speak, but that's a gamble. You know that Nomura's McGilligot is laughing in the face of that, and I am with McGilligot on that. I think if you don't get the Trump put, you're gonna get one sooner than you think on a Fed put. I guarantee it. You won't be waiting shit. They will drop this market down to 500 like it's nobody's fucking business, especially if Trump continues on with uncertainty and the Fed is unwilling to step in with rate cuts. All right. Whew. That was a lot of shit to talk about. What else do we have here? We're down right now 1 percentage point. Not that bad. I think we could go down 2 or 3 points like it's nobody's business, but we are down 1 percentage point right now. What else do I got here?
Risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year.
Barclays quoting at this point saying tariffs in deteriorating survey data lower our 2025 S&P 500 price target to, ready for this, 5,900 from 6,600. 22.5 times our lowered base case EPS estimate of 262 prior 271. Our base case assumes that earnings take a hit as tariffs, higher China tariffs stick, but do not escalate. Reciprocal tariffs amount to 5%, contribute to material slowing in U.S. activity that nonetheless stops short of outright recession, allowing valuations to gradually recover 60%. Probability. And so what it looks like here, if they're saying that we stop short of recession but blood, they are likely targeting a downside target of 500 at some point this year, 520 for where we sit. Right around 520, 500 would be a market low for the year. Although they do not, at this point, are not pricing in a recession this year. That just broke. What else do we have here? Let me read this to you here, too. B of A's derivatives team, quote, while some are giving up on the U.S. exceptionalism.
With a high yield of 4.10% and awarding 62.95% of bids at high, U.S. selling $70 billion of 5-year notes.
Yep, my calls are dying. They're at 2 cents now.
Direct 10.97% and indirect 75.84%.
B of A's derivatives team, while some are giving up on the U.S. exceptionalism and questioning the strength of buy the dip, We think the biggest risk may be losing sight of longer-term dynamics and counting U.S. equities out prematurely.
US Treasury 5-year yields rising after the auction. So US 5-year note drawing 4.1% versus 4.095% pre-sale when issued yield.
They do note that the bounce has been in line with rebounds from prior similar corrections. Note here that in prior similar corrections, we retrace all gaps to the downside, generally speaking. Now, if we retrace just the one gap, that sits here at if we retrace just the one gap, that's 56.50 roughly, but there's one more gap lower at 55.20, all the way down to 55.20. So uncertainty ruling the day here on a Wednesday, doom and gloom all day long. We are cascading down right now on SPY. Do not expect this to stop. There's nothing holding up SPX. We're sitting at 57.20, but we should bloodbath down and trade a flat 5,700 at minimum by end of day today. Hang tight here. We got Nick Timmeros coming out with something just now. Yeah, I agree. They no longer work. This is GDP Now estimates. Atlanta Fed says its Q1 GDP Now estimate adjusted for unusual shifts in imports and exports of gold is now plus 2%.
Seeing here an interview with EconoStream cited by with ECB Centeno.
That's all I got for you guys. I think that's it.
Saying he sees no reason to deviate from interest rate path incorporated in projections, and weak economy and neutral rate estimates argue for more cuts. Impact of US policies is negative on growth and eventually also on inflation. Neutral rates might not be enough to sustain inflation of 2%, and would like to see rates close to 2% sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Trump coming out today saying you're going to get tariffs, and the Fed coming out today and saying you're not getting any rate cuts. We also have a White House briefing coming up, and it has not started yet. The moment that it starts, I'll have it on. I do have on the presser that's about to begin. As soon as it comes on, I'll play it for you live. Losing my voice over here. And put this on somewhere else here. Make sure you got this thing on.
Fed's Muslim with commentary here saying risk that inflation will stall above 2% or move higher in the near term appear to have increased. He says that he is wary of assuming all tariff-related price increases will be temporary. Second round effects could be more persistent. Patient with current policy is appropriate as the Fed gathers evidence inflation is returning to target. If labor market remains strong and second round of tariff effects become more apparent, Fed may need to keep rates higher for longer or consider more restrictive policy. Muslim says that growth does appear to have slowed, and surveys point to caution among businesses and consumers. Baseline is for the economy and job market to remain strong and for inflation to fall. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Good afternoon, everybody.
S&P Global Ratings says
Good to see
tariffs
you all.
and market volatility pressure
Since Inauguration
real
Day,
estate
President Trump
sector.
has secured trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments. Every single day, more money is pouring into our country, which will create more jobs for hardworking Americans.
S&P Global Ratings
Today,
just putting out a
Schneider
piece about
Electric
that.
pledged to invest more than $700 million in the United States to boost American energy infrastructure. $700 million in the United States to boost American energy infrastructure and AI. On Monday, Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment in the United States, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant in Louisiana, which will create nearly 1,500 high-paying jobs. President Trump is truly turning America back into a manufacturing superpower. Yesterday, President Trump marked National Medal of Honor Day by meeting with 21 of our nation's bravest heroes and incredible patriots who have been awarded
Heads
the
up,
highest military
Levitt
honor.
is currently
The
speaking
President also signed an historic executive order to protect the integrity
reporters
of
of the
American
White
elections by
House.
strengthening voter
That's
citizenship
Press
verification
Secretary
and
Levitt.
banning foreign nationals from
The video is
interfering
on the feed in case you do want to watch it.
U.S. elections. These are the common sense solutions that only Democrats could oppose. But voters deserve elections they can trust, and critical confidence is being restored thanks to President Trump's leadership. Later this afternoon in the East Room, President Trump will mark Women's History Month by honoring the exceptional women around our country, including the highly talented women in his administration and his cabinet. And on an additional scheduling update, the president will hold a press conference in the Oval Office today at 4:00 p.m. to announce tariffs on the auto industry. And I will leave that to him to make that announcement later. Unfortunately, all of this good
Levitt
is
says Trump will
happening
hold
for
press
our
conference
country.
on
This
auto tariffs.
administration is working hard on behalf of the American public every day.
I'll be at
But
4
the
p.m.
mainstream
Eastern
media
Time.
continues to be focused on a sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour. Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the White House counsel's office, that they are looking into how a reporter's number was inadvertently added to this messaging thread. We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources, or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed. The Atlantic has even admitted this themselves. Their release of these internal messages validates the truth, which we have been saying all along. If this story proves anything, it proves that Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well. And there's arguably no one in the media who loves manufacturing and pushing hoaxes more than Jeffrey Goldberg. Goldberg is an anti-Trump hater. He is a registered Democrat. Goldberg's wife is also a registered Democrat and a big Democrat donor who used to work under who? Hillary Clinton. This is the same Jeffrey Goldberg who infamously lied about weapons of mass destruction to get us into the Iraq War, which cost trillions of dollars and thousands of Americans.
Should we be expecting tariff announcements from now into April 2nd rather than just on April 2nd?
Did see a little bit of movement towards the upside on the dollar index off the back of just a reminder of the
Rather than Liberation Day, it'll be Liberation Week.
at 4 p.m. today.
And losers hoax to help Joe Biden in the 2020 election. By peddling a hoax about President Trump involving Gold Star families to help Kamala Harris in the 2024
Top EU
election,
official
which
expects
our
Trump
campaign at
tariff
the
of about
time
20%,
vigorously
according to the
denied.
Financial
Jeffrey
Times.
Goldberg didn't
Again,
care.
top EU
There's more,
official
but we
expects
don't have
Trump
all
tariff
day,
of
and we
about
can now add this
20%.
signal hoax
Also,
to
just
this
seeing the
very
euro
long
moving
list.
towards the
The
downside a
real
little bit.
story
On
here
the back
is
of
the
that headline there.
overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists. On March 15th, President Trump ordered a series of military operations against the terrorist Houthis to defend U.S. shipping assets in the Red Sea, restore freedom of navigation for international shipping, and defend the United States from enemy threats. United States forces successfully struck dozens of targets across Houthi-controlled territory. And as a result of these actions, several Houthi leaders were killed, including the Houthi drone chief, his deputy, and several of their drone experts and other key leaders. We also destroyed command and controlled facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. And it's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence and pathetic weakness
So
on
from the
world
article,
stage for years.
EU's top trade negotiator
Houthi
expects
terrorists
Trump to
grew
hit block with
emboldened.
tariffs of about
Immediately
20%
after taking
I
next
can't do it.
Trump takes
tried.
a decisive step to cut trade deficits. Sefcovic
I can't do it.
told officials that Washington's final plan was still
We'll
unclear.
just listen to the snooze squawker.
All 27
Give us the
members
updates.
after meeting senior administration figures on Tuesday. Feed 343. Also, just seeing some further.
I can't listen to her.
SP 500 seeing a little
I
bit
tried.
more move. The dollar index seeing a bit more strength here now. And the euro.
We'll just listen to the recap from the news squawker. We'll make him suffer through it. Oh no, there's no bit dip buying for me. Hell no. I want more puts, but I want to squeeze before puts. I had some puts up here for this leg, but I missed this one. There's no way I was willing to get back in here. I didn't want to get squeezed out. I know how that goes. I'll miss the trade down here. Fuck no. I've got us going all the way down here. I've got us trading this whole thing. Maybe not all today, but most definitely. I mean, this calls into question Liberation Day, right? This becomes more like Liberation Week. Like, we're going to announce as we make deals and no deals, we're going to start making announcements. It could get messy. Let's think about that. If we got like Trump, like, instead of being able to just do all this stuff and package it all up on one date, you would get like, we're going to do a presser at 2 and we're going to do a presser at 4. And we're going to do another presser at 9 a.m. This is reminding me of a time. This reminds me of a time I remember back in 2018, 2019, and 20 and 21. Yeah, that's what I would think. This is definitely not a Trump. You're not getting a Trump put. And Neil Kashkari is saying, fuck you, no. So he's calling for 500. Fed's saying, trade at 500. And Trump is saying, fuck your Liberation Day. I can't control myself. We're going to talk about it for a whole week. Yeah, I can't listen to her talk. If she could stay on the facts, I would be fine with it. I can't listen to her be like all the other shit she throws in.
$241.371 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I can't do it. We'll just have the new squawker summarize what she's saying. All right, I gotta finish this. Dude, the fact that I haven't gotten this done yet is crazy. I gotta get back to what I was doing because I've been working on this fucking thing since last night. It's still not done.
Canadian dollar gives back early against trade marginally lower at about 1.4284 per US dollar. So you're extending drop against the dollar at the lowest since March 5th. Levis says Trump is determined to pass tax cuts later this year. Russell 2000 index down 1%. CBOE volatility index up 1.51 points at 18.66. Fed's Muslim says labor market is at or close to full employment.
Just for you over here to watch, we're coming down. We're trading 57.10. We're going to blast straight down here.
Nasdaq down about 2%.
We're going to head straight down and trade this 5750 or 5700. We're going to blast right through this right now.
Where it is, given inflation is above target.
Hammer the puts if you haven't already.
Also, a reminder for the Bank of Canada meeting minutes, less than a minute. Most of them says growth will be healthy even if it moderates. No urgency to lower interest rates. 10 seconds to the Bank of Canada meeting minutes. Bank of Canada, they cut their rates on March 12th to help Canadians manage uncertainty, trade war likely to weigh on economy and boost CPI pressures. And they agreed domestic demand slowdown likely, may be considerable. They would have held key rate at 3% if not for tariff uncertainty. Some Bank of Canada members cautious about relying on confidence surveys. Surprise third and fourth quarter GDP strength means less downside CPI risk. And Bank of Canada says must keep tariff price hit from becoming ongoing inflation. Members argued to hold rates until more tariff clarity and agreed to proceed carefully with further rate changes.
Watch this closely over here. SPOO's trading 57.08. Deeply breaking past a full sigma, 2 sigma move on the market today.
For our real-time service.
Trading 57.07, fully risk off at this point. Targeting 5,700 or near it. SPOO's with a giant gap to fill on SPX. Down to 56.70. So I want to show you this really quick down here. There is a giant gap at 56.70 way down here. Massive gap. Entire week support lost. Make a note here that the first gap on SPX is 56.71. Complete air gap. We could go risk off in a significant way at this point. Put your helmets on, boys and girls. You should get a bounce at 5,700.
Minutes on the feed. Fitz Muslim says the net effect of Trump.
But a new target lower of 56.70 on SPX. And they're having nothing to do with this right now. And I'm writing this brief here. And you know, I gotta say, like, some of this stuff that I'm writing in this brief right now is not good. SPY has a gap down to 564.85. That's way down here. Way down here.
So just keep in mind, St. Louis Fed President Muslim currently commenting in the Q&A.
564.85 right here. I also have 564 as another target. We are careening and risk off at this point. Let me summarize some of this for you at this point. Now, the basic gist here is we're moving from Liberation Day to Liberation Week. We've got Trump attempting to have a presser at 4 p.m. to announce tariffs when he said, I'll do Liberation Day and announce all of this stuff on one day. There's no reason for you at this point to not believe that you're going to, even if it doesn't happen, you're going to believe, or you should believe, that Trump can likely do Liberation Week. You might get Trump coming out once a day saying, here goes auto tariffs one day, here goes aluminum tariffs the next, here goes dildo tariffs on Friday. Further concern consumer sentiment.
The situation presents some challenges for monetary policy, given possible tension between the mandates.
Institutions now lowering outlooks on the year today. JPM stating basically, we're unwilling to put any kind of risk in the markets until we get more certainty from Trump. And then, of course, hearing auto tariffs today does not help in any way, shape, or form. JPM reiterating that they don't care what the policy is, just the uncertainty behind it. So even if you get, let's say, Trump Liberation Week now, not Liberation Day, but you get Liberation Week, they would likely also want to see if Trump adheres to that. So let's say we get Liberation Week, April 2nd passes, and we squeeze, but you don't get a buy-in from risk-on type buy-in, more squeezing buy-in. There would still be a period of time in April of waiting to see if Trump is going to accept what he negotiated in Liberation Week, or does he come out with more policy uncertainty immediately after Liberation Week? We're now getting reports of lowered expectations from institutions on the year. Vastly lower, from 6,600, I believe, to 5,900. You know what that means. Even if we trade up there, you've got calls up the ass above that will likely be cut at some point in panic. In relation to all of this news this morning, you're also getting the Fed's not the Fed's mouthpiece, but surprisingly Neil Kashkari, who was assumed, maybe now not assumed, to be the heir apparent to J-Pow in 2026 when his term is up, coming out and citing the Fed's future funds that you're not getting a cut, which is absurd. And he also said you might get one this year or next. Well, if you look at what we're trading down here, on a low we were trading, 553, I think. The Fed's put us at 5,200, maybe 5,000. That's a stone's throw away. Well, you can trade 300 points in a week, up or down in this market. So when Fed's Kashkari is saying to you, yeah, maybe a year or two, that sounds like bullshit. You can see the Fed's put like it's right down the fucking corner block over there. But now having this standoff with the Fed and with Trump, uncertainty still there and looming. The fact that Trump is not holding off on announcing auto tariffs until the 2nd is not good. In terms of the uncertainty question. And then you've got the Fed telling you to fuck off. So, that would mean that the market would go risk off. And if you get institutions lowering expectations today, you're talking about you're talking about risk off behavior still, aren't you? You're talking about who the fuck would want to buy this market with that uncertainty. Not only that, if the Fed's telling you to put, the market could begin to demand a put from either Trump or the Fed until that uncertainty leaves. We're gonna reverse here in just a minute. Just note that we're coming into 5,700. We'll catch a bounce, but we have lots of air gaps down below over here. A whole bunch of air gaps down at 57, 56.70. So far, right now, Theta Gang is not sweating. Just note that for the week, we are at the bottom of the week right now, or not the week, but the Theta trade 5,700 is the bottom range. Just show you this really quick. Don't freak out just yet. All this doom and gloom. Just show you this really quick, so you don't get all freaked out. We're still in range. This is the S&P 500 expected range right here. Don't get all weird yet. But there is a question here. There's a giant gap left behind. This full gap down below here, there's just nothing down here. There's a gamma bar to bounce off. We are bouncing at the moment, just so you can see it. But there's a giant fucking gap. There ain't nothing down there. S&P 500 now bouncing off of 5,700. We'll see if we reject 5711 and this gamma, this support level down below. Just note how rare it is that we trade up or down outside of a 5 sigma move on a daily basis here. This is really deep right now. This could signify the bottom. So you can see it right there. This is the expansion. And this is where Theta Gang is watching intently right now. This could be bottom for today. It is only 1:41 in the afternoon. Full move all the way down. No squeeze higher and a cross of the half hour and full hour trigger over here as of yet. Cross is happening right now. This cross, just so you note, is extremely bearish. Just a note here. A tariff scenario, if you're looking for tariff outcomes today, General Motors is preferred over Ford. UBS equity research analyst Joe Spack's view remains that sustained auto tariffs on Mexico and Canada at a 25% level is unlikely. That does not mean they won't be in place for a period of time. With April 2nd, quote, Liberation Day a week away, Joe revisits his Mexico-Canada tariff impact analysis given recent learnings from conversations and disclosure from his coverage overall. The space remains very tricky with a lot of uncertainty. So Joe advocates treading lightly. He prefers GM to Ford within OEMs. If looking for supplier exposure, he'd lean towards Aptiv. Dana, both some idiosyncratic stories and Brog Warner screens cheap and looks relatively more insulated from Mexico, Canada tariffs. Yeah, this should squeeze. This is bad right here. Bad. This is bad. Bad. That crossing right there usually leads to big downside moves. Big downside moves. One minute trigger rejecting price right now. We're going risk off. People are panicking. I'm doing this shit in one day. Trading 50 or 5705. Still no technical hit of 5700. Market's still trying to turn higher now. Sorry, I'm not paying attention here. You can see all that there, yeah. 212. Dude, this unwind is going to be fucking. Well, I don't know. Let's kind of like scratching my head here. Hang tight 1 second here. Are we trading right now? 57.10. One quick second here, guys. We're gonna do something together. Not as bad as it looks just yet, is it? I'm looking at this is bizarre. All right. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. Okay, we'll just run with this. Excuse me. They changed it on something else. All right. You might as well just close. I mean, this gap is kind of closed here, right? See that gap? This is the weekly. Weekly's getting fucking annihilated. Hold on here. I figured it would be like later today. I figured we get to 78, but hold on. This is the sweep down here that I'm scared of. There's still gap down here. This is the big gap that still hasn't been closed down here. We are squeezing high. We are turning higher right now to the close. Also note that we should squeeze overnight. Dealers will buy back futures. This down here is messy. So let's take a look at this together down here. So this is your last brief. We traded this perfectly. 575. I wanted 78 to proof this trade higher. No 578 today. That's a concern. We did trade 567. That's right where we are right here. Buy futures, but then sell down into the 31st in here. There's the 31st right here. That would close the gap too. Hang tight here. We are bouncing higher now. So we're still in line here, just so you can see. And they fucking sent that right down. Look at that. Wham. I kind of figured this, but do you see it now? Like, I wanted to see that last tip up there. Just that last little bit. Instead, they dropped us down. No, they should buy futures here, but we've got a cross of the half hour and hour. And the expectation was we would clean this up before rocket shipping on the 31st. I don't like that at all. And I don't like this half-hour trigger at all. This hourly trigger hasn't really made that. It's a higher low from this one here, but still, I want to see a little bit more down. And not only that, there's a cross here. Do you see the half-hour cross of the hourly? So here's the close. Here's 4 o'clock. excuse me, that's 2 o'clock. But what I want to show you more importantly is you could get Hare's Daily where we get trapped in here. And the 31st is what's kind of fascinating about this is I don't know if you guys hold on there. No. First 1600. So here is the 31st. This fucking unwind is going to be fucking monster. I don't know if you guys understand this, but let me give you guys a quick. Let me just give you guys tell you guys something here. Let me see where this is. 5665 is 5665 is right here. I think. What time is that? This is Friday at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. even earlier. Right there. Okay. So here, let me just show you guys something. Unwind. Let me first show you how close we are here. So, okay. This is important here. I got to show you guys this. You should snip this if you haven't already. I want you to snip this if you're a free member because you're not going to get this from me. Or hold on, I'll just mute this here. If you're a member, you're going to get this today in a brief. More than just this, but let me turn that off. Okay, so JP Collar Unwind. Now, this is all expected. I mean, I missed this by $1. This was the high was 576.36. I wanted to get 5. Now we gotta add all this stuff up here, okay? So this is what I wanted was one more pump up here, 578, and then a failure. Okay, right about there. And I was looking for this same drawdown here, but here's the thing. I like that because it shows the strength of buyers, right? This shows the strength of buyers, not necessarily to go higher today, but because if we come down here, we then trade up and trade 80 and then 84. Does that make sense? Yeah? Happy trader. Strength of buyers. Make sense? The market doesn't go up. It goes up and down, goes down and up, that kind of stuff. Now, not seeing that. Seeing this. Angry buyer, right? Angry bull. Ruh-roh. What are we going to do? This is uncertainty. And not only that, Trump uncertainty, Barclays uncertainty, consumer confidence uncertainty, blah, 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 blah. And remember, JPM collar comes off on the 31st. You guys, if you don't understand these mechanics, just trust me. Okay, so here's the deal. Pay attention. The closer that we get to expiry, as long as we remain above 5655 on SPX, which I think is right where this white line is, roughly close enough, hand grenades and horseshoes, you could consider trend, if you don't understand gamma, as pretty much that same line. Okay, the whatever trend is you got at home or whatever. So you could theoretically blast down here, but as long as you stay up here, ready? The closer that you get to expiry, the closer they are required to unwind the trade. Now, if we trade below, let's say we squeeze up overnight, trade down here, and then start dragging down here, there is no unwind required. Zero unwind. Yeah, they won't need to reduce their short exposure. They would be caught chasing at that point. They don't have to unwind shit. Now the unwind would always loom. And the unwind would be fucking epic. The deeper that you went down, the unwind would be ridiculous. It would be vertical, so it would be something. Now, and that would mean that we would be trading this down here, this monthly trigger. You know, you're talking about, a fucking unwind that would be, you get the crash or something on Trump tariffs. It would be vertical. There's a bull trap in here, but also a bull trap. You want to snip this, you can. This doesn't help bulls here. I'll be honest with you. This is no bueno. You want to see strength. You don't need to see any continuation. You just need to see, yeah, fuck you, we own this, right? I believe in this shit. Now, not guaranteed, but this is not a good look for bulls. You got to admit that. I figured we'd sell, but I figured we'd go up here and slam it and then sell first. If you get the briefs, this is trading just like the briefs, though. And what's a problem with this trading like the briefs is it gives no quarter to bulls for that upside move. It gives no edge, for lack of a better word, to bulls. And JPM is reinforcing that almost as if they don't want that unwind to come off on the 31st. So, we can still deduce a few things. We do know that when we come into, or the closer that we get, as long as we are above 55.65, dealers want to unwind their position. They're in more and more and more risk as we get closer to the 31st, as long as price stays above 55.65. So, if we real money sell, though, we're fucked here. But there's some positive here. Into the close today, you should see a maybe not mega ramp, but you should see a ramp into the bell. And this isn't like bullish behavior at all. This is reducing short exposure. That's it. It's a mechanical function. Now, with Trump Liberation Day being fucking Trump Liberation Week, that introduces a bunch of crap. And we've got 2 days left. We've got here's Thursday close right there. Here's Friday close right there. And let me express to you, or I need to express to you, what that unwind looks like. I mean, that unwind is not joking here. Not joking. No kidding. It's like that. Or, it could be into end of April, but it's fucking monstrous. It's a monster unwind. That shit could take into like April, May or something. But it's an epic fucking unwind. And if we're above here in the 31st, they don't have a choice. It could go fucking vertical just like that. I mean fucking vertical. 4%, 5% in a day. Like that shit could ramp like nobody's fucking business. Like vertical. I'm not joking. Some of you guys know, but some of you guys don't. A few of you out there understand this, but a few of you don't. So you get this up here, we drag the bottom, and then a fucking super ramp. I wouldn't count bulls out yet. This was expected. I missed it by $1.50, but the whole trade I've got right. This entire trade I got right, and we are planning for this to happen for this super ramp. Now, there's danger here. Not getting the new high is problematic to me. The news today is problematic to me. And let's talk about something else here. So if let's say we get the bump up in the overnight, right? We come back down here to swoop and sweep all this stuff up for tomorrow, let's say, right? So you get your 1, 2, 3, right? And there could be a trap down here, right? We were already planning on this downside move. It's a little early, but still, this like Trump shit, like Trump coming out today and or Trump saying I'm going to do auto tariffs today, does not help. And we've now got institutions that are saying, what? When I said 6,600, now I'm saying 3,900. And you even have JPM saying, if this guy can't give us legit shit, you're not going to get a Trump put, and you're not going to get a Fed put. Fuck all these guys, right? We just stay risk off, even if we squeeze. And the problem with that is what it becomes is the best outcome would be that they risk us off into the 31st, right? And then it's an immediate like fuck you into the second. And even if you get a Trump put, JPM is going to want to say fuck you again. It's still risk off until Trump doesn't remain uncertain. Can he shut his fucking mouth for, or say I'm happy, whatever that is. If Trump remains in this uncertainty, or let's say he does Trump Liberation Day and then says, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna start fucking attacking the EU and NATO and our relationships with those people. There's no reason to go risk on in here. There's real concern with this talk today that this unwind could be short-lived. And you still have the danger of Trump Liberation Day market panic crash down below. I don't want to sound like Nomura's McGilligot, but today's news is not helping. It is material news. This isn't like news for shits and giggles. So, and look at us, we're still pounding down in here until 4 p.m. So right there, hold on a second here. So just a note here. This gap needs to be swept. 564. Down here. Let's draw this out. Expectations from here. It's already 243. Hold on here. I've got on the expectation for the first target in your brief from the last brief that you got is what? Downside target of 564.69. My God. And a possible low of 562.09, which is way down here. And this is Thursday over here. So fuck me. Yep. And then you would come up here and cross and down here. Nothing's changed from this brief, by the way. The bigger question becomes, there's a couple things for you to realize here. Whenever we go to the close, we're going to squeeze. Okay, so 4 p.m. comes, let's say we park it here, we're going to squeeze. So if let's say we park right here, we're still going to squeeze to come down, okay? We'll squeeze in the over. They should be buying back futures like super buyback futures. Be aware of that. The hourly trigger will come down. The half an hour trigger is going to race down here. Hold on here. This is 4:30 a.m., 4 a.m., 4 a.m. right there. Half hour trigger races down for 4 a.m. Starts selling us down like literally all day selling. I'll raise that up a little bit here. Now remember, these are not extremes. Oh, hold on. These are not extremes for squeezing, and these are not extremes for bottoming down here. And not only that, if we get trapped under here, there is no squeeze on the 31st. Zero. I can't predict that. Like $1 or 50 cents or something, or tick on an hourly basis. There ain't nothing I can do for that. But expect to squeeze into the bell. I'd like to see this get cleared out today. And I would really like to see a pain trade down here. This is Thursday. Let me see if I can make this a little bit more detailed. Slam the close on Thursday. PCE should be outstanding. This is Friday close. Super ramp on, like you wake up on Monday, super ramp. Remember that this is a Friday. We're already bleeding right now. You want to snip this, you can, but if you want more refined, this is super important right here. If you are if you are a member, I'm going to do a private stream today to talk more in depth about this. I'm about to post for you this on your weekly brief or a midweek brief to update you. Nothing has changed in expectations, just the mechanics of how this works. And if you want the extreme danger, or not, maybe not, I'll give you the midterm danger. If, let's say, they get us underneath before the 31st, they could pin us down on Monday, Tuesday. No unwind. And mechanically speaking, like we get a Trump shock, we can go straight down and start crashing until we get a put from either the Fed or President Trump. Now, I don't think that happens because it'll be a tail end of the Trump liberation bullshit. So you could get like the new or the clear out. Let me just show you this really quick. I want you to look at this gap down below right here. This is another gap right here. Can you guys all following along or understand this stuff? If you don't, it's okay. You just want to have awareness, market awareness for this stuff. But what I want to show you here is this. So you get pinned into this Trump bullshit, right? They don't have to do an unwind. There's no unwind required. You come into the second, you get the Trump doom. And then we get the unwind. And we fucking moon. And let me tell you two things here that are important. The JPM caller in terms of date does not matter. But the unwind does. And I want to show you the mechanics of this. We've done this before, just further back in time. If you push this whole chart over, we can mechanically do this like we did it before. Let me show it to you. This is the same trade right here. This is it right here. This is the trade. So what you would do is, can I delete any of this stuff? Hold on. No, no, no. Like where you can see, right? This is today. We're up at the daily trigger. They sell us down right here, right? Forget the dates right now. And just let me replay this for you guys really quick. Replay. Want to exit? Yes. Is this working here? Oh, God damn it. Hold on here. We'll just do it without. Fuck this. I'll put a black box over it. Hold on. I fucking hate replay. Sometimes I wish I had just record this shit and make it look pretty. So here would be the ramp in 15th, right, of March. And here's the unwind into the end of the month. So this is the expectation, right? But we're right here, right? Or earlier today, we were right here. So the dates are off, but they're sending us down. So you have this Trump uncertainty first. But I want to show you this last little bit down here. See that trade down to the prior low and then a back test and then up? So I want to show you this real quick, okay? Maybe not necessarily that, but a delayed reaction in the unwind. I'm not sure this happens, but I want you to think about it. If we trade under 55.65. So this is the mechanic. The mechanic would be we continue selling, right? They pin us underneath this 55.65 into the weekend, right? To the weekend. To the weekend right there. And what you would do is remember this down here. So what you would do would be you get Trump uncertainty right here. You would pin us underneath. Watch, probably a hedge fund watch me right now going, this is how we're going to do it. There's no unwind, right? You fuck up everybody expecting it, and then all of a sudden you're like blasting down here. Trump doom. You hit your higher low. You come up, back down. There's your uncertainty period with more Trump bullshit. And then he finally comes out and says everything is fucking honky-dory. We start blasting into the end of May, April, early May 4th. I can't predict this. I'm sorry, I can't. But it's there. I want you to know that the talk and all that shit is there. The possibility is there. So how do you trade this? I don't know. This is expected right here. This part of the move is expected. But with this uncertainty today, and you get when an institution tells you they're going to lower their outlook from 6,600 to 5,900, I mean, I realize they're selling ohm, but that's material. Trump Xing off Liberation Day and making it Liberation Week. That's not helpful at all. Like, these things don't help. They don't help with the consumer, the institution, the investor, in their uncertainty being wiped away. They need to have it wiped away either by Trump at this point, or you can't have institutions given fucking changing outlooks on end of year. You got people that are positioned for at least a return to all-time highs. When you reset and say, nope, 5,900, when you're an institution, you're saying we're going to get 5,900. That is right here. You know, it's fucking right here. If that's the case, if that's your top, then they're like Barclays is saying, maybe it's down here. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we can go down there. Trump's saying real true. He's being honest. If that's the case and 5,900 is the expectation, there ain't no fucking way we're trading that all year. Maybe if it was 1950s, but I highly doubt we're trading 565 and our top is 5,900. So Barclay is implying that the way is lower. There will be a panic moment. There's not. I can't say. I'm not going to guarantee there's going to be a panic moment, but Barclays was super bullish on this year. Barclays was out for 6,600. Barclays saying no. They're panicking. Basically, they are. This will be in your brief. If I'll do a stream afterwards, explaining the mechanics of an unwind of a quarterly bearish seagull. When this hasn't happened yet, you just need to be aware of it and the doom that's being pushed around. I don't know if that doom is just to get us down here, maybe. I don't know, but it's not good. It's not the good doom. It's not the doom that I'm looking for to get down here. We were already expecting this move, so I wasn't expecting it with this news today. This is when you create a recession, or at least the trade to recession. There is some good news here. If Trump does not use a Trump put, we're not far away from one. We're like the low was 552. The fucking put right now is at 500. It's at 504. By the time we got down here, it would probably be 510, 520 or something like that. I mean, it wouldn't be that much lower, you know, if we're within a fucking stone's throw. And I'll tell you what, the fucking Fed telling you they don't have a put, they're lying their fucking asses off. Trump might not have a put, but that fucking put right now sits at 510. I will guarantee you a press conference at 510. We trade 510, you will see fucking an emergency Jerome Powell emergency cut. I guarantee it right here. 100% guaranteed. Fed put is right here. That's not that far away. Look at that low right there. You know, it ain't that far away, but that would be in line with Barclays 5,900 call end of year. And that doesn't mean we can't trade lower either. Like this could set off a chain reaction that ends this bull market sooner than you think. Now, am I on this trade? No, not at all. In any way, shape, or form. Remember something here. If we get if we're going to trade that lower bound over here, remember that you're going to first, they'll bleed us down, right? You'll get that dip down there, and you will still get an unwind, and then the slam to the downside. So just be prepared up here or even right here for that drop. But don't be trading this. I wouldn't be trading this. If you want to trade this like a bear tactfully, I would trade it just like this. Just how we did it this past weekend. You trade this downside move, you trade that one, you get out. And then if we begin dropping down into the 31st, you get fucking bearish for that bloodbath down there. And there's a few reset places. There's a reset there. And I would still be wary of this squeeze. Be wary of the squeeze into the close. I'm going to tell you guys, here's the bull case here. I got to give you the bull case too. I want you to read this, okay? Here, I'll write this in here for you guys because you guys are going to fucking forget. I know you guys are going to forget this shit. You guys listen to what you want to listen to and never all of it. So hold on here. I'll put a little space. Wait a minute. You guys ever only want to hear what you want to hear? So let me put this down here. But I got to write something else in here. Hold on. Nope. Here. Why is this thing? I can't see a goddamn thing. Bulls. As 431 approaches. Is above 55.65. Dealers must reduce, lower. Is that? Yeah, I think I wrote that right. I hope my verbiage is right there. It is. So if you're a bull and you're like, Cap, why are you giving me all the bear shit? Here's the bullshit. That's a little small. I got to give the bulls a little love. 18, 22. Come on, a little bit bigger. There we go. So bulls, as 431 approaches, this would be bears. Nope. No, they don't get an A in their name. They just get fucking ERS. Bears. There. There we go. Perfect. That looks about right. And also, as a note, we'll make this up there. And I would expect this to trade like super fucking ramp. Wrong. There's your second. I mean, this shit should fucking rampo-rama. I'm not going to put this in here for now. Let's play this by ear. This is a 3. That's only a 2.5% move. But I think it can go even higher. I think like 80. I think like 84 and 85 is doable. We'll just keep it nice and easy down here for now. Weekend is here, actually, right? It's for Monday. That's the weekend right there. This is actually more like this. No, wait a minute. No. That's the weekend. I got that right. This is Monday. The weekend. What do they call that fucking day? What is this fucking thing called? Bullshit Day? Liberation Day? Oh, God. There it is right there. Up, down, hit that target down below, close the last of that gap out. There is an alternate count to this. Just remember that dealers buy futures, dealers buy futures, dealers buy futures. So if dealers buy futures, down again. Be more like this. Be more like this. End of the day. Super ramp. End of the day, super ramp. End of the day, super ramp. This is Monday, Tuesday. Monday, whoop, right there. If you're bullish, ram it down. Dealers buy, dealers buy. That's Friday, 8 a.m. 6 p.m. Ramp it again all the way up. Friday, 4 a.m. That's your low. Close all that out. I'm not taking the alternate count unless I need to see price break under here. So there's no trade down there for me. We're so fucking close. Look at how close we are. It's like not even funny how close we are. And this is 4 a.m. on Thursday. So dealers will attempt to ramp this fucker up. You'll get no help tomorrow. No daytime help. Let's see where SPX is really quick. And they're scrape right now. We're below range right now. We're below 5,700. Let me check Gamma really quick. We're fucking parked right on it. Oh. Let me show you guys where we are here. Here's net gamma. And we are sitting literally right here. This is 5650. This is the low target down here. Bottom of the market's like right here. Put wall should be 5650 unless we develop new hedging down here. This would be bottom of the market. Theoretically 5600. 5650 should be the put wall. with stuff in it, which is 5650 is right here. Um, 56. What did I say 5600? So 5650, 5675, slightly higher. Right there. And look where we're parked right here. This is current range right here. But all you need is, you get a little squeeze up in the overnight. And then it's, bam, bam, bam down there. And escaping. I'm not drawing that well. And if you remember, I said up here, can we get down here to this trend? And they just like fucking grind us the whole way down. Buy futures down, buy futures down. And then the whip up. Sorry about that. Getting like springtime shit. That 57, that put wall is right there. And we're really fucking close to it. It's right there. And this is what day is this? I believe that's Friday. Let me go back to an hour and just check this. Yeah, there's your put wall right here. You just hammer the fuck out of this in a Thursday. Friday close. Now remember that there's always squeezing from here into the 31st. Remember what I said to the bulls? Bulls as the 431 approaches, as long as price stays above 56.50, dealers must lower short exposure. So there could be massive ramping at any point. This could be bottom. We just start ramping. We do need some uncertainty to change, in my opinion. I don't like this uncertainty. I don't like the news that they pushed out today. And I haven't listened to Trump yet. Trump could change all this uncertainty and switch this all up. Oh, you guys want me to fix my stream? You can see that giant bar up here, right? Oh. Like this is the bottom of the market. Couple things. Hold on. You can't see it, but it's right here. Right here. There's a little bit more down to go. That's that bottom that I showed you over there. See that bottom that I got that V down there? And then that's the put wall down here. And then there's this giant recovery up here. That's where we sold. Let me go to the book map. This is where we sold, right up here. Wham. And not only that, they're trying to lock us in up here too. So they're trying to rope and dope us in. Or let me go to the trigger. This is where the scene of the crime was. This is where trend is, right here. Here's the hour and half hour trigger. So they're telling you, even if we were to squeeze right into the bell here, there's supply right there. So just note that there's supply right where this hourly trigger is right here. Man, should I try some more 0-day calls maybe? I'm down for it. Hold on. I've got some dead ones. I got a bunch of dead ones. Hang tight here. Fucking worthless. I got 578s. I'll try some down here. Hold on. What are 571s for today? 9 cents. They're saying no. How about some 572s? Get 100, $2,000, dude. That's a lot of goddamn money. This right here is a stop on going higher too. 569 is a those are 47 cents. There's a big cock block right here. I'm telling you, how about morning? Also note that flows stop today. Today's last day of flows. And then also, because we're not higher, there's no help from CTAs, COTs, nor no help from COTs, CTAs, and zero help from vol control gang. None. This is last day of flows today into this close. Also note there's a presser at 4 p.m. with Trump. And I got some stuff here for you. For some reason the stream, the news squawk, or maybe I turned it off. I'll read you what the news squawker said. Some bad shit coming out of the UK. Punch Bowl saying the U.S. Senate could vote next week in a budget resolution. Macron saying Russia is reinterpreting what we agreed to in the ceasefire talks.
Russia, if it gives him a negotiating advantage. This is in a Fox News interview.
Goolsby saying higher inflation would be a major red flag, but that's not true either. You need to see it all summer. Trump cuts 10% of chip curb agency funds, drawing Senate alarm. U.S. Senator Warren sends a letter to the White House budget chief on cuts. Warren and other Democrats warn the move undermines China tech rules. Bessent saying the Trump team is not trying to destroy Social Security. Everything's on the table with Russia.
And U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent says may get a Ukraine signature next week on an economic partnership.
Note that we will squeeze, dealers will, into this overnight buyback shorts or close shorts. Oh, already up to 30 cents. As long as we remain above 56.50, dealers must. And today is the 26th. We've got 5 days left. We got 3 sessions left plus a weekend. Hold on, I got to put this in the brief. It's a fuck ton of doom. For trying to get the market down 5 minutes or half a day here for a percentage point.
And US Treasury Secretary Bessent concludes the Fox Business News interview.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So Trump's currently participating in a Women's History Month celebration. A live video for this is on the feed for those interested. Trump says, I'm going to be making a special announcement on cars. Again, going to go with the tariffs on cars. Again, coming from Trump coming through now.
I will stay on stream with you into 4 p.m. today.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. Trump's approach to immigration boosting approval as Americans hold a dim view of his handling of the economy and foreign policy, according to a poll. US Secretary of State Rubio says the agreement with Russians and Ukrainians is one in principle. Says we evaluate and understand the position and will present to the president. Ten seconds to the market on close imbalance. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.5 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 622 million. Dow 30 buy side 782 million. Mag 7 buy side 589 million.
We'll have Trump on for anyone that's interested. I know that some of you fucking can't stand him. I get it.
Protect your trade from macro headline risk with Financial
And the
Juice
sexual
Pro.
mutilation
Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Who would think, let's go back 10 or 15 years. If you ever heard a statement like that, you'd say, what the hell is he even talking about, right, Brooke? What is he talking about? Puberty blockers. But that's where we are. That's where we've come, and we're ending it. We're sending it back to where it came from, oblivion, right? So in the recent election, we did fantastically well with women. I kept hearing, women don't like them. I said, I think they do. Don't like fake polls don't like me. That's who don't like me. But we're
squeezing up right now. Holy shit, I gotta check. Hell yes.
For the women, the suburban housewife where
I need that. Give me that fucking squeeze.
built at a house next to you where people
Keep squeezing.
the houses were being literally ripped up and destroyed. And I stopped it, and we've stopped it again. We had to stop it again. I stopped
Spy squeezing into the close right now.
Successful first term. We had the largest increase in stock market value, 88% increase in the history of our country. We gave you the biggest tax cuts. We gave you the biggest regulation cuts. We rebuilt our military. We gave too much of it away to Afghanistan, this character. He gave billions and billions of dollars of it away to Afghanistan. And maybe we'll have to ask for that back, although it's getting a little old now. They're getting a little old. We're building new stuff. But I will say that it was such an honor working with so many great women. I've worked with women all my life. I've always been ahead on that subject. I had women in my construction business putting up skyscrapers in New York 30 years ago, 35 years ago, long before it was in vogue. And they were phenomenal. Every one of them was phenomenal. My administration listens to America's moms, and that's why I recently created the Presidential Commission to make America healthy again, and that's really caught on. That's really caught on. And Bobby Kennedy, by the way, is doing a great job. I think it's going to go down as another great choice. And we just don't want to treat the chronic disease crisis. We want to prevent our children from getting sick in the first place. And there are so many things that we are doing wrong. Something happened. If you go back 20 years, autism, think of it, 1 in 20,000 children. Think of that. 1 autism. You see it all over. 1 in 20,000 children. Now it's 1 in 36 children. Now, what the hell is that all about? There's something out there, and we got to find it. But can you imagine 1 in 20,000, and now it's 1 in 36, not 36,000, 1 in 36 children. And I see it all the time. And so there's something out there, and we're going to find it. We're doing something really wrong, and it might be very simple to even correct, but we're looking very hard, and Bobby's looking very hard, and we're going to figure it out. And to further support our nation's mothers, I've signed an executive order to expand access to fertility treatments like IVF. That's Katie. Katie. Where's Katie? Katie called your great senator from Alabama. She called, and she was like in a little bit of angst, right? She said, "Sir, we just had a ruling from an Alabama judge who said you couldn't have the clinics IVF." And I was in my plane, and she said, "It's terrible, it's terrible. Friends of mine are virtually attacking me," and said, because they're not really, people don't talk about it necessarily, and why should they? But Katie called me up. She did such a great job, and she said, "Sir, you have to get on this right away. It's terrible. They're going to close up all the clinics." They ordered all the clinics closed. And I said, "So, Katie, give me a quick definition, please. Educate me in a minute or less." And she did. And I came out totally in favor of what all of these women wanted. And it became our issue. We actually took it away, Mike, from the Democrats. They were late to the party. And it was really, I give you a lot of credit. So thank you very much. Thank you, Katie. Great job. And I also signed an executive order to begin abolishing the Department of Education, as we said, but also to go back and do things with our school children that just hasn't been done in many, many years. But the basic is reading, writing, and arithmetic, and we want to make sure that they teach English, okay? But I think we're not going to have a problem, and you're going to see things happen, I think, on the education front like nobody can believe. It's very exciting. Very exciting. And so many of the states like Iowa and Idaho and Indiana, by the way, unrelated, but Indiana, they just signed Honda, one of the biggest auto plants in the world is going, Honda, big company, would have never come here except for, let's say the election. I like to say the election result, but let's give tariffs a little well, without the election result, you wouldn't have the tariffs, right? So I guess it's all about the election, Marjorie. But one of the biggest anywhere in the world. They're building in Indiana, big plant, and we have many of them going up. Many plants in other countries have stopped. They've stopped construction. One of them, right in the middle of construction, they just signed a contract. They're going to build it here instead. So you're going to see that at record. Just remember, I told you so in 12 months from now. But on day one, we're ending the inflation nightmare that Joe Biden created and caused, but just by his spending. Two things, his spending, but I think more important, he destroyed our energy policy. and energy started going up, gasoline, any form of energy went through the roof. And then what he did to get it down a little bit, he went back to the Trump policy. Everything, let them drill, let them. They were very, very concerned. And it was too late because that jackrabbit had gotten out of the nest. And it was too late. They really screwed us up in so many ways. How about allowing
Like a 1 week tour, I guess, right?
to our country, open borders, people from all over the world, not South America, but all over the world. They came in from Africa, from Asia, from all over the world, from prisons. The prisons were emptied into our country. I call them prisons and jails, prison being a slightly tougher term, but the prisons and jails.
3 minutes left until close.
The mental institutions and insane asylum, same thing. Insane asylum is mental institution on steroids, right? I used to say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, the great Dr. Hannibal Lecter is in a hotel room near you. And the fake news back there, a lot of fake news here, by the way. Fake news would say, why does he keep mentioning Hannibal Lecter? I said, you know why? Because we just won an election. We got a lot of votes because of Hannibal Lecter. We don't want to have Hannibal Lecter in our country. So we watched what was happening to destroy our country. And a woman, by the way, the head of Homeland, Christie is doing a great job. Christie Noem. She's doing a great job. She's getting them out. And Tom Homan. But Tom Homan and Christie Noem, they're doing an unbelievable job. She's tough. She might be tougher than Tom. Is that pretty tough, right? I'd say Tom is central casting, but he says, I think she might be tougher than me. So we needed that because she's dealing with a rough group of people. Millions and millions of people. 21 million people came in, but of that, at least 3 million are serious, serious criminals. Many of them are murderers, 11,088. And of that number, about half have murdered more than one person. This is not going to end well. So we're getting them out in record numbers, and we're having a lot of problems with the courts because the courts want to pretend they're president, and they're not president.
Just a note that I'm publishing the special report right now.
They're not. They can't do that to this country. That's not their job. But
Take a minute for it to update to the website.
It's going to save a lot of lives. We got some really bad people in this country, but you see the ones we're taking out. Trendy Aragua.
It's going really slow.
Gangs, MS-13. And we're getting them out. So in just 2 months, core inflation has dropped to its lowest pace in 4 years. We've got it going down. The groceries I told you about, and energy of all kinds, gasoline, that's fallen below now $3. For $3 for the first time in years since I was there, it's fallen below $3. We're going to get it down quite a bit lower. That's going to bring prices still further down, and people are going to be able to buy their groceries again, and so important. And again, I want to just congratulate you.
Come on, save.
You've done over there with
I can't get this thing to upload.
I was in office for 1 week, and
There we go.
this one article was so bad that Donald Trump has caused a massive egg problem. And I said, this is, and they showed it. It's like, terrible. But it was during his term that it went up, right? And but they were hammering me. They thought they had us until I put you in that position. And I don't know what the hell magic wand you use. And now they don't talk about it anymore. It's terrible. Well, we'll talk. We have to talk about it, If they don't talk about it, we talk about it, right, Brooke? But what a job you've done. Now we need Congress to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and Mike is going to get that. And I think we can finally...
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm listening to it, and it's like fucking diarrhea in my ear, no offense.
Big job also with the senators, and we want one big, beautiful bill. Just put it figure a way to...
I know.
pass, right? We'll figure a way, but we have...
I mean, I'm serious. Like, I don't know how long you guys have been trading, but I'm not looking forward to this. And now I'm like, there's going to be a world tour. I can see it. There's going to be like a fucking 5-day world tour until April 2nd. We're doing a tour this morning. We're going to do a speech tonight. Oh, God, I got to listen 5 fucking days. Rip my face off.
The other normal tax increases that the Democrats want to give. The largest tax increase in history by 58%.
I know. I got to listen for the fucking keywords.
And I don't know how anybody anybody can vote for a Democrat, but I know one thing.
Why are you listening? Because I'm just waiting for him to say something insane like tariffs off or tariffs on double.
Very important continuation of debt.
Sorry, I wasn't reading anything. I was trying to get this fucking thing done all day long. It's like I can't get this done.
According to a source, the US
Just let me get it done.
considering cutting funding to 4 of 7 US hydrogen
It's
hubs.
done. God damn it.
It's fine that we have it, but I think we're going to get tremendous support even from Democrats.
I know, I can't do it. I got him on my ear brief, like I can hear him quietly. I turned it down
Do that. So, Mike, I hear you're doing great on it.
so you didn't have to listen to it if you don't want to.
Tremendous goodies in the bag for women too. The women.
I get that this.
all of the
I get that this makes some of you very happy and some of you very angry, of course.
joined today.
I get it. I know he gets everybody worked up. Trust me.
I'm still very proud of it.
You gotta understand, I'm not a Republican, so I'm the one suffering.
That's not bad.
People are like, I hate you. I'm like, dude, I don't want to listen to this. I'm like, I got to. Like when Biden never moved markets, I never had him on. Oh, I only had him on a few times, but only at like key policy things. You never heard him come out and talk policy. Most of the time, it was just like, fucking put me to sleep.
The brand new Republican Women's Caucus senator.
Yeah, I can't, dude. Like the Bloomberg terminal, like literally, a fucking Bloomberg terminal is not cheap. Okay, they have an army of analysts that have like a run. We post it in the Discord. There's like a running spreadsheet. Can you imagine being an analyst and having to sit there and
Women's History Museum,
like calculate everything said?
some of the women in this room
Like that would.
specifically.
Can you imagine like going to get a job and you're like, okay, sir, where'd you work? I worked at Bloomberg. What were you? I was a researcher. What did you do all day long? I was pinned on Donald Trump all day.
And she is.
I like him, sir, but
This is a passion for you. And,
having to write down everything he says and all the executive orders and
well, it has to be. Mr.
that's got to be fucking unnerving.
We're in trouble, right? But also here, I just.
That's real. I'm not joking. That is not fucking. I'm not fuck. Dude, I gotta tell you guys, like, a lot of times people watch this show and they get angry and they think it's just like me speaking. It's not. I'm repeating things that I'm reading on like a Bloomberg terminal or on a fucking news feed, a paid news feed. Like I pay a fuck ton of money for some of this shit that's here. The Bloomberg terminal I don't pay for. We have a mentor that provides that for us. But dude, like I pay thousands every month for a lot of the stuff you hear me say to you. Like you're like, why is he talking about this? I'm like, the repeating to you. I'm not. Don't shoot the messenger. Like I want to kill that guy. Captain Jim James. What are you doing? I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I never talked about this stuff for 4 fucking years. Like he didn't move. Biden didn't move markets. We never discussed Biden unless it was it's something kind of like we're gonna make an announcement about Russia. Okay, we'll put you on. But that's it. That's fucking it.
Lisa McLean, she's tough and good. She's a good one. She's a real leader. Thank you.
Anyways, all right. So
Stephanie.
I don't hear anything being said right now.
Where's Stephanie?
Thank you, Dr. CS. I mean, look at this. He's posting it in our Discord right now. I mean, they fucking keep track of everything to a T. Like, and you guys like bash me, and I'm like, don't shoot the messenger. Like, please.
Monica De La Cruz. Hi, Monica. Good job.
There'll be another time, right? And there's something else here too. Like, I gotta say this. I don't know if they can hog tie him or anything,
That is more expensive.
but there will be a point where he's a lame duck, and there could also be a point where they tie him up. I mean, there are literally competing Wall Street people. There are competing interests on Wall Street. Like, this is a conspiracy theory, but I gotta be honest with you guys. However, that guy was added to that signal chat. That shit would not shock me for a minute if it was someone in the CIA or NSA. Like,
Thank you.
That wouldn't shock me for a minute. Like, you give enough rope and people do fucked up shit, and you know, like I don't trust, like, the banks are literally like a sixth estate.
Thank you.
If you have the fourth and fifth estate, right? Like, a lot of you guys don't know banker history. Some of you guys do. Like, you finance bros know what I'm talking about. But if you're not a finance bro, like, there was a conspiracy theory that, well, there was who's this guy's name? His name was there was a Marine back in the 1930s. He had a goofy ass name, not a goofy, but he had an old school name. And he said that he was approached by Wall Street to begin a coup against FDR back, I want to say it was 1930s. And basically they brushed it off as being just, you know, talk at a men's retreat, right? A bunch of guys just talking at the bar, smoking cigars. If FDR doesn't do this and do that, we're going to have a coup, right? That's how they played it off. But that does speak to rich and wealthy people, and specifically bankers. They run wars. They create countries. They back civil wars. Like, it's hard. I don't think that people grasp that there's a sixth estate from banks in this country. And that's not a conspiracy theory. It's taught in school. If you go for school for business or finance, you learn this stuff. You learn the history of banks. Like, who is Wells Fargo? Who is J.P. Morgan? You're like, who are the Rothschilds? Who are U.S. bankers that have borrowed money from European financiers? Like, this is all legitimate stuff. Who financed our wars? All of them, especially when we're a younger nation. So, you know, I'm always like, and you hear the whispers on Bloomberg Terminal. You hear the whispers in chats or repeated on like BBG or Gamma Labs, all kinds of different places. News feeds that you might be paying for. You can get it with. You can actually pay for this news feed, these news feeds, but you know, these like competing interests are even real within banks. You know, like, one bank's like, fuck it, I don't want this to happen. I'm going to do everything that I can to stop this, right? This isn't, everybody likes to talk about like George Soros or all these other like figures that are public, Ackman and whomever, but there are other forces out there. Like, there are the bank as a force, right? JPM as a force. You know, Wells Fargo as a real fucking force, like as a company. You know what I mean? These are like the vaunted like dark halls of the world. These guys are all over the fucking world, man. I'm serious. They're not to be trifled with sometimes in some ways. The Soros, the Hut. But I'm always shocked that like people never bring up the bank. No one ever says like, do the banks have a hand in all this? And they do. They fucking do. Like, they are a part of it.
Throughout our history,
100%. It's all known. Like, all this stuff is known. This isn't like conspiracy. Like, if you have access to a Bloomberg terminal, you can read about it. They just talk about it. They post about it. They make they write their whole theses about it. Like, dude, like, if you were in our Discord this summer,
golden age of America,
watching the Trump trade, like, wind up, then unwind when Kamala was winning for a couple weeks, and then wind back up again. Like Bloomberg's like just talking about the whole fucking trade, and you're just like, oh my God, none of this is discussed in public. Like, none of it. It's like an open secret on Wall Street, like a full on open fucking secret on Wall Street, and it's bedeviling. No, it's not bedeviling. It's just freakish to know that this is going on. Sometimes last summer I would talk on public about it, like not on Twitter, but go on like Reddit and stuff and be like, hey man, you probably don't realize, but this is going on. And they would like downvote me to the depths of hell, like, and I'd be like, all right, fuck it. Like, these people think I'm just some fucking rando on Twitter or on fucking Reddit. So, okay, whatever. You know, because of course they can't read it, and I'm not going to repost it publicly, and it's not mine to repost either. So, you know, whatever, it's whatever it is. big shout out to Dr. CS, by the way, for always keeping us in the loop on that shit at all fucking times. Just that stuff alone is banger. Or having access to that, and if we ever ask a question, he provides it anytime we ask. So thank you, Dr. CS.
And you're right.
They do. If I'm telling you, if you guys know a finance bro, ask them sometime. Like, they know exactly what the fuck is going on.
So important.
And it never hits the news sheets until afterwards. It's wild to see.
You have the whole spirit. You're amazing people. And
Yeah, man. Tell him, Doug Fuller.
work together, and we're gonna make this the greatest
Tell him, dude.
in the history of our country. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Trump end remarks on at Women's History Month event.
So let's chat a little bit about that brief I just released before I turn off here. So Trump is done. We haven't heard anything too big here today. In that brief, I give you a few different scenarios. I give you like the big scenario, like the collar trade, where we get sucked into uncertainty into the 31st second. I gave you what I think is going to happen the next couple days into the 31st, right? I gave you the pain trade that could happen the next couple days on a smaller, finer, granular level. The only thing that I did not put in that brief was the check back to the lows on SPY, nor the crash scenario. And the reason I haven't put those in there is because we're not there to take that trade yet. It's not a valid trade. It really is not. And I can't in good conscience sell you guys doom. I'm not going to do it. So we're not there yet. At worst case, we're at the uncertainty trade. That's the most bearish I can see. I can't see the crash trade. I'm giving the crash trade like a 15% chance. But not before a squeeze. We'll see the low down at the actual market low first, then a squeeze, then the crash, in my view. But I don't see it. It's not probable. The uncertainty trade is more probable. The trade to test the lows. Oh, how about this? We'll do the crash trade is not a setup that's viable at this moment. The uncertainty trade to trade the actual market low is about a 15% chance. The back test to clear out just these gaps is about a 30% chance. The uncertainty trade is about a 50-50. And the squeeze up and we clean everything out trade is probably 50% chance too. Somewhere in there. It's one of those two trades is the most probable. If that makes any sense. You're like, you have a high probability of we just do the squeeze, start squeezing, start racking it up into the end of the month end, and we're done, or we are uncertain with a quick back test to go higher after April 2nd. Most
with big tech driving major stocks.
highest probability trades. Like a collapse, probably not. We could if he does some fucked up shit on April 2nd, or from now into April 2nd, we would definitely go down and test those market lows and create the new low. But you wouldn't take that crash there. You would wait for a squeeze higher and then take that fucking crash all the way down. So you're going to be tactful if you're a bear still, to some extent. Stay tactful. If you're a bull, you have to be open to all of these scenarios because there is so much uncertainty. And if you see what my trade in there is, it's the preferred trade. If it says preferred, that means this is where I think we're going. If you had like what Jim James thinks, what I think, that's the preferred trade. So,
Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
but there's so much information right now. I'm just like, it's like every fucking scenario is like wham, 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 like left and right in front of my fucking face. It's like nonstop, and none of this shit helped today. Like none of these banks dooming it up today. That's bad. I don't like seeing that.
In broader markets.
I don't like seeing the banks dooming it up. I don't like JPM dooming it up like that. JPM not so bad. JPM was good for the move down, but what really bothered me was the Barclays saying, 5,900. That's fucked up. I don't like seeing that shit. That means that some people are getting scared. So if they're releasing that publicly,
the Russell 2000,
not publicly, but if they're popping out a white paper and pushing that narrative, I don't like seeing it. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't like seeing it. There's no CTA buying. I got to warn you a few things here. So you've got a few things. You're not getting CTA buying because of where we are. Oh, I got to give you guys some warnings here, okay? That's a good question. So I got to keep you under. I have to keep you updated as things change. When price changes, things change. COTs are risk off. CTAs are risk off. I got to assure you that they are. Monthly flows are finishing today. This is the last of the monthly flows. We should get some sideways flows, like a little bit here and there. So we got none of that. The only thing on your side as a bull right now is dealers. And as long as you stay above 56, 55, you're in the good. I think it's 50. I think it's, let me look at SPX really quick and just check. 56.50. You're good. But there's a fly in that ointment too. You want to be firmly in that place. If they're able to, this is where the uncertainty comes in. If they pin us down at 55.60, they will not unwind into the 31st. They will wait until we get higher. There's a lot of moving parts here, guys. Like we streamed 8 hours a day, 6, 7, 8 hours a day. The market is fluid. Things change. There are unknown unknowns. There are new information changes. Information they will only want you to know at certain times changes. You have uncertainty, or you have an uncertain White House and presidency. So you need to be able to adjust to. I gotta warn you guys of this, man. Like, I fucking traded Trump's whole presidency. It was a nightmare. New information presented itself. The market was fucking volatile. So you have to be open to new information at all times. Anything that you're setting in stone, being like, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, rip that shit up. You got to right now. It's not like that right now. It is new information. And they understand this. Like, Trump understands this fully. White House understands this fully. That they can manipulate markets. We have manipulated markets right now. I don't know if you realize that. Literally, we're trading like this because of uncertainty, and of course, material damage that can be done to the economy, and not only that, material damage that can be done to the consumer. That shit is real. It might not be real today, but if you start stacking shit, it will become material. And don't let anyone tell you that it can't, because it can. They are separate things. There's like the economy, the business cycle, stock market, all different. But let me give you an example. I'll give you an easy example. Liquidity drained out of the U.S. stock market and fled to Europe, okay? That's material. It started happening a little bit in October, November, but it began ramping the more and more as time passed and more uncertainty became the truth, right? But I'll give you another example. There's like 3 and 6 month bills, right? Like you can go in there and you can have a CD for 3 months 4 times and not deal with any of this. You can shut the lights out. You need that money as a bull. You need money to leave CDs, not because of inflation, because they can make bank. They pay like 4% in taxes, right? Like 4 times 4 is what? 16, right? Pretty risk free. You pay 4 in taxes, that's 12% risk free. You put all your money in there? No, but it's an easy trade. Like, you need to, like, as a market, you need other markets' money or money in other places to want to be here in our market. And that's not happening. Forget like sentiment or creating a recession. Just that is real. You can show it. You can look at the data that says it's going on. So to say like, hey, we're going to go to this or that, we really truly need to clear up some of this uncertainty. It's like, even if we have like an unwind or whatever, or like the dealers unwind and prices go up, that's all mechanical shit. Like, you need participation. If you don't get participation, right, you don't get a sentiment shift, we will fuck this market up in a really bad way. It'll start stacking shit higher and higher and higher. That's all real. I don't know how else to put it to you, but it's all fucking real. You get what I'm saying? All right. I got to go. I'm going to take a break. I haven't pissed in forever. Thank you for joining me today. If you were angry at me earlier today for putting Trump on, I think I angered, or no, I was talking politics, but the politics were related to the market. I apologize. If I piss you off, you just turn off the audio, mute my ass, and just leave this thing on. You don't need to listen to me. I'm not asking you to come watch the show either, so I don't want to piss you off. I don't make you angry. But if I did, I apologize.